A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike. You know, friends, nothing beats better taste. And remember,
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
which cigarette is the right one for you? That's easy. The one that tastes better. Because a better tasting cigarette will give you more enjoyment. That's right. Nothing beats better taste. And Lucky's taste better. Cleaner and fresher and smoother. Here's why. First of all, Lucky's are made of fine, light, really mild tobacco. Yes, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Then, too, Lucky's are made better to taste better. Made round and firm and fully packed to draw freely and smoke evenly. Made to give you a cleaner, fresher, smoother tasting smoke. So, friends, for the one thing you want most in a cigarette, for the better taste that brings greater smoking enjoyment, be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
Broadcasting from the American Legion Hall in Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who, after 1 week in Palm Springs, has become a picture of health. He was on the golf course Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, looking for the ball he lost on Monday. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our second week...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Jack, did you really lose a golf ball?
Certainly, Don. I even asked you to help me look for it all over the desert. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our second week...
Oh, Jack, something tells me you tricked me.
I tricked you?
Yes. As we were coming past Roger's stable, you said, Don, you'll never find the ball that way. Stoop over. I did. You threw a saddle on me, and for the rest of the day, tried to rent me out for $1.25 an hour.
He found out. I thought I was being subtle, too. You know, I can't... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, everybody.
Mary, why didn't you show up for rehearsal this morning?
Well, if you must know, for one thing, I was busy moving out of that hotel where you're living.
But, Mary, I've stayed in that hotel for the last 2 weeks. It may be small and crowded, but it's a lovely place.
Some lovely place. This morning, a guest bawled me out for using the roller towel.
Why?
He was sleeping in it.
Well, Mary, it's the height of the season. People have to sleep where they can. As a matter of fact, I happen to know that last night, some people had to sleep in the police station.
Jack, that was the orchestra, and the height of the season had nothing to do with it.
Oh.
Say, Mary, you're kidding about the orchestra being arrested, aren't you?
No, I'm not, Don.
Well, for heaven's sakes, what'd they do?
I don't know about the others, but the police found Remley lying against the curb, and he hadn't put a penny in the parking meter.
Mary, stop making up jokes. Now, you know the boys in the band. Oh, hello, Bob.
Hiya, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Bob.
Well, Bob, are you still enjoying yourself here in Palm Springs?
Oh, pretty good.
What do you mean, pretty good? You're living at one of the swankiest places in town, the El Mirador.
Well, that's right, Bob. And you know, during the war, the El Mirador was a hospital, but it isn't anymore.
Well, I wish someone would tell the waiters.
Why?
Well, last night I ordered borscht.
Borscht? Well, didn't it taste good?
Who knows? They laid me on the table and shot it in my arm.
You're kidding.
Kidding. Look at this muscle. It's a potato.
Well, how do you like that?
And then for dessert, they gave me an anesthetic.
Well, Bob, that had nothing to do with the dinner. Everybody who lives at the El Mirador gets an anesthetic.
Yeah, but why?
That way they can give you the bill and you won't come to till you go through banning.
That explains a lot of things.
That really explains a lot of things.
Yeah. Like what?
Well, when I drove up to the place, a bellboy came out, carried in my wallet, and left my bags in the driveway.
Sorry I took your line then, Bob. Anything happens when you do that. I take his lines, he takes somebody else's. That's because we don't rehearse, you know. Well, anyway, at the El Mirador is really one of the nicest. Come in.
Telegram for Mr. Jack Benny.
I'll take it, boy.
Here you are.
Oh, just a minute, boy. Have you got change for a $5 bill?
Change for a $5? Yeah, I think so.
Good, good. Here's the $5 bill.
All right, here's your change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, boy, you can go now.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Benny. Thank you. This is my lucky day.
Wait a minute, boy. What do you mean this is your lucky day? Mr. Benny gave you a $5 bill, and you gave him back 5 ones. What are you so happy about?
When you do business with him and break even, it ain't bad.
Of course not. Go already.
Jack, who's the telegram from?
Just a minute, I'll see. It's from Dennis Day. Says, sorry I can't be on the program today, so I'm sending a substitute singer to take my place. The reason I'm missing the program is because I'm eloping with Marilyn Monroe. However, I'm silly enough to be back with you next week. That crazy kid making up jokes for a telegram. That's 6 cents a word. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Jack, why did he say he's sending over a substitute? I can sing.
Why, certainly, Bob. That's exactly what you're going to do. Any substitute that Dennis would send over would probably be some silly jerk who doesn't even know how to... Now, who can that be? Come in.
Jack, look who it is.
Bing Crosby. Well, Bing.
Just call me substitute.
Bing, I'm surprised, actually amazed that you're the one that's taking Dennis's place today.
Why, Jack? What's so amazing about that?
Well, let's face it, how can a kid like Dennis afford to pay a big star like you for a guest appearance?
Wait a minute, Jack. Dennis isn't paying me anything. The kid and I worked out an exchange deal.
An exchange?
Mm-hmm. I do a guest shot for him today, and he caddies for me tomorrow.
Well, Bing, I don't like to cast aspersions on your business ability, but I think Dennis got the best of you on the deal.
No, he didn't, Jack. You see, tomorrow I'm playing a match with Ben Hogan at $100 a hole.
Wait a minute, you can't beat Ben Hogan. He's the best golfer in the country.
That's what I want with Dennis. He'll drive Hogan nuts.
That's some writing. I got 3 O's in there.
Redundant, what?
You know,
I'm here.
You know my whole gang, don't you?
Oh, yes. Hi, fellas. And, Mary.
Hello, Bing.
Well, I guess I know everybody except, who's the fellow standing over there? I'm your brother. I didn't recognize you. How are you, Robert? I'm fine, Bing. Gosh, I haven't seen you for months. In fact, not since I started working on Jack's program. Gee, no wonder I didn't recognize you, kid. You got a lot thinner.
Now, wait a minute, Bing. If Bob lost any weight, it's not Jack's fault.
Certainly not.
Bob's working for peanuts, and peanuts are fattening.
Well, thank you, Mary. You know, Bing, it's quite a coincidence having you on the program. Only 3 weeks ago, we had your sidekick, Bob Hope, as a guest star.
Oh, really? How was old Sickle Snoot?
Sickle Snoot? Why do you call Hope that?
Well, his nose looks like a bagel with one bite out of it. I think that's me.
It does. It does. You know, it does at that.
Say, Bing, you and Bob Hope have made an awful lot of pictures together, haven't you?
Yes, and don't hit that word awful so hard, would you? Just gloss that. Anyway, Beagle Beak is a little mad about it now because, you know, in every picture we make, I get the girl.
Oh, is that what makes him mad?
I get the money, too.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Bing, with everything else you have, why are you so interested in money? Believe me, you can't take it with you.
They finally convinced you, huh?
Well, almost.
Say, Bing, what are you doing down here in Palm Springs?
Well, I've been doing some broadcasts, Marion. I've been writing my autobiography.
No kidding.
Yeah, finally finished all the writing. I've titled it Call Me Lucky.
Say, Bing, the story of your life must be very interesting. Tell me about it.
Well, I was born in Tacoma, Washington, and... I tell you about it, Jack. You can read it in the Saturday Evening Post.
Oh, yes, the Saturday Evening Post, sure. That's only 15 cents.
Comes in 8 installments.
Oh, well, tell me about it.
Well, Jack, this thing starts in the February 14th edition of the Saturday Evening Post, and you can read it there.
I know, but I want to hear the whole story at once. I don't want to wait 8 weeks.
Well, all right. You see, my life story starts off with my birth in the year 1914.
1914. See, this is 1953. 14 from 53. That would make you 39. Bing, you can't be 39.
What's the matter? You got it patented or something?
No, it's just that
That finder's keeper.
It is not. Look, Bing, do you have a copy of your autobiography with you?
Yeah, got it all right here, just as it appears in the Post.
Well, look, I'll tell you what. Suppose I read the story while you sing your song.
Well, what makes you think he'll sing a song?
What makes you think I won't? Open up your heart and let the love shine through. Open up your heart and make my dreams come true. Why do you just hide behind it? Loosen up the chains that bind it. Open up your heart and let me in. Baby, I've been mighty lonesome. Baby, I've been mighty blue. And the reason for it all is plain to see. From the very first day I met you, you've been walking in all my dreams. It's time you gave a little thought to me. A butterfly loves the sunshine, and the pelican loves the sea, and the meadowlark loves to sing his happy song. Not one of them gets as lonesome as a lovesick bird like me, and it's all because my chickadee done me wrong. Oh, why don't you open up your heart and let the love shine through? Open up your heart and make my dreams come true. Throw away the key that fits it. Tell them I'm the one that gets it. Open up your heart and let me in. Open up your heart and let me in.
Bingo, that was wonderful. And I just read your autobiography, and it's really interesting.
Say, Jack, I've got an idea.
What, Mary?
Well, since we've got Bing with us, why don't we dramatize his life story?
Say, that is a good idea. Look, Bing, suppose I do your life story on my show, Then you can do the story of my life on your show.
Your life on a half-hour program?
Don't worry, we'll work it out. 8 installments. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a special preview of the life of Bing Crosby as it appears in the Saturday Evening Post. Oh, excuse me a minute. Hello?
I have a long-distance call from Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Jack Benny speaking. I'll take the call.
It's collect.
Collect? Look, operator, I'm not taking any collect calls.
Just a moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Paley, but Mr. Benny said he isn't
Mr.
taking...
Paley? Oh, my goodness, operator, certainly I'll take the call.
Very well, Mr. Benny. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What? Rochester, you tricked me.
I had to, boss. I'm in the garage in San Bernardino, and I haven't got any money.
The garage? Something wrong with my car again? Rochester, answer me. Is there something wrong with my car?
Just a minute, boss. This is such a long story, I wrote it down.
Never mind that. Just tell me what happened.
Well, I was on my way down to Palm Springs to pick you up.
Uh-huh.
And as I was coming through Cucamonga, I was driving along the railroad tracks when suddenly I noticed the super chief was trying to pass me.
Trying to pass you?
So I accepted the challenge, put my foot down to the floor, and would you believe it? For the next 22 miles, we were side by side.
Rochester, how could you keep up with the super chief?
The mail hook had me by the back of the neck.
Well, that's one way of keeping up with it.
Yeah, we were coming along at 90 miles an hour, and then it happened.
What?
We came to a tunnel.
A tunnel? Oh, my goodness. Was the car wrecked?
Boss, if you see 4 flying saucers with hubcaps, they're yours.
That's terrible. Rochester, are you hurt?
No, I was protected by the ironing board.
Rochester, you had the ironing board in the car? Why?
If you found out I was just sitting there driving, you'd be awful mad. I would not. Anyway, before you leave the garage, find out how much it'll cost to fix my car. Oh, I already did that. In fact, I had 2 fellas look at it, and they each gave me an estimate. The first said $17.50, and the second fellow wanted $800.
Well, that's quite a difference. $800 out of the question for fixing up my car. What'll a fellow do for $17.50?
Bury it.
Bury it? Rochester, you didn't really have a wreck, did you?
Well, no, I didn't, boss.
Then why did you make up such a story?
Well, I knew I'd be late getting down to Palm Springs, so I started to make up an excuse, and it got away from me.
Well, that's ridiculous.
No, it isn't. I sold it to the Saturday Evening Post in 8 installments.
All right, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
The director of your television show called, and he's already hired 700 dancing girls for your TV show next Sunday.
Rochester, I'm not having 700 dancing girls on my television show next Sunday.
Boss, you know that, and I know that, but let's lure the listeners.
Oh, yeah! Thank you, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present our dramatization of the Saturday Evening Post autobiography of Bing Crosby, Call Me Lucky. Curtain. Music.
In the city of Tacoma, Washington, the stork paid a visit to Mr. and Mrs. Harry Crosby in the year 1914. It says here. The newborn baby was called Harry Lillis Crosby. Harry Lillis was a precocious baby and learned to speak quite young. At the age of 3 months, he said,
Da.
At the age of 4 months, he said,
Da, da.
At 5 months,
Da, da, da.
And at 6 months... The baby grew into a child of school age, and he was a good pupil. And a clever one, too. While other kids brought the teacher apples, he brought her Minute Maid orange juice. Then at the age of 7, he received the nickname he made famous, Bing. It happened because his family lived next to a cherry orchard, and he was very fond of Bing cherries. Fortunately, he didn't live next to an orange grove, or today he might be known as Naval Crosby. At about this time, another blessed event took place in the Crosby home. The newcomer joined brothers Bing, Larry, Ted, and Everett, and he was named Robert. Bing took care of little Robert and tried to teach him to talk.
Come on, Bobby. Say mama. Duh. Come on, Bob. Say mama. Duh. No, mama. Say mama. Mama. Shabba.
That's how it started, folks. The boys grew up and began going to high school, and Mother Crosby thought Bing was old enough to have responsibilities, so she decided to give him an allowance of $1 a week. When it came time for him to receive his first dollar, Bing said,
Mother, may I have my allowance?
Why, certainly, son. Here it is.
Oh, but Mother, I'm supposed to get $1 allowance. How come you only gave me 90 cents?
Brother Everett gets 10%.
That started. By now, Bing was attending high school, and one day on his way to class, he ran into his best friend, Robert Leslie Hope. Hope suggested they play hooky, which they did. They went down to the corner fruit store and swiped apples, and they went around tipping over ash cans and breaking windows. This was the start of their first picture, The Road to Reform School. College. He and his brother Bob shared the same room at Gonzaga University. They shared everything. They even took their Saturday night baths together. And they enjoyed it because it gave them a chance to harmonize.
The roads are the dustiest, the winds are the gustiest, the gates are the rustiest, the pie's the crustiest, the song's the lustiest, the folks the trustiest. Way back home, the trees are the sappiest, the days are the nappiest, the dogs are the yappiest, the kids the scrappiest, the jokes the snappiest, the folks the happiest. Way back home, I don't know why I left the homestead. We Crosbys had such fun. Yeah, but Bing, we drove the neighbors crazy. They had to move. Yes, one by one. Bob was the littlest, Sister Kay the prettiest, Larry was the dumpiest, Mary Rose the plumpiest, Bing's clothes the dingiest, Everett the stingiest. All right. Way back home. Soloista. Let's light a lucky strike. That's sure a smoke I like. My folks are tearing them, and they're comparing them. Yes, it's a favorite smoke of all the smartest folk. Way back home. A lucky is round and firm. That's more than just a term. It's made of fine tobacco. There's 20 in the pack. No pulse is ever rough. It's luckies we all puff. Way back home. Lucky strikes are better tasting. What feeling? And there are no loose ends. That's my boy, Grease the sponsor. This is my butter and eggs. Way off. Cleaner, fresher, smoother, make it sound sincere. You'll be proud to give your friend. We folks are the happiest. My brothers are the snappiest. Everett the dappiest. Bob is the pappiest. You said it. We're happy it is true. They're all right back with you. Way back home.
graduated from college, Bing's ambition was to become a singer. His career really started with an audition in Los Angeles.
Your name is Harry Lewis Crosby?
Yes, sir, but most people call me Bing.
Tell me, have you made any phonograph records?
Yes, sir. I made lots of records. I made them for a company owned by Rudy Valley, but gee, I think he's jealous of me.
Well, how can you say Rudy was jealous? He let you make the records, didn't he?
Yeah, but he wouldn't put the holes in the middle.
Young man, you know, I like you. I'm going to give you a chance. Here, learn this song, and tomorrow night you'll sing on a coast-to-coast radio network.
And the following night, for the first time in history, the rich baritone voice of Bing Crosby was heard as he sang...
Crunchy munchies hit the spot. From a cannon they are shot. They will become your favorite dish. They are better than Cavill, fish.
on his way to success, and with fame and wealth, his interests became diversified. For instance, one day he witnessed the following scene.
I'll buy that racehorse.
That's a very good horse you're buying, Mr. Crosby.
Why, but tell me, what does he go the mile in?
Well, I don't know. We never quite made it. Well, look, Mr. Crosby, your horse can win its first race if you'll tell the jockey that's riding it to holler giddy-ap and throw this little electrical switch on the saddle.
Oh, is there a battery under there?
No, it turns on his hearing aid.
But Bing could afford a stable of slow horses. He had gone into pictures. His movie career was always successful. But it became more so because of three brilliant decisions. He made Going My Way, he made Bells of St. Mary's, and he turned down The Horn Blows at Midnight. His career really reached its zenith on a night in March in 1945 when he won the Academy Award. His acceptance speech was quite modest, as he said,
I want to thank everyone who helped me win this Oscar. Even though I have supposedly reached the top as a singer, I want you to know that it has not been easy. I've had to overcome many hardships, poverty, disease, hunger, Como and Sinatra.
Yes, Bing had reached the very top, and yet his fortunes grew and grew. He had records, television, movies, radio, frozen food, inventions, cattle, and oil wells. Yes, the world was his. And I wish he'd give it back already. This is Bing's true story.
Jack and his guest star, Bing Crosby, will be back in a moment. But first, nothing beats better taste. And remember...
Lucky's tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's tastes better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
Friends, the taste of your cigarette is all important. For in a cigarette, nothing beats better taste. And Lucky's taste better, cleaner and fresher and smoother. You see, Lucky's better taste really begins with the fine, light, truly mild tobacco that goes into every single Lucky Strike. Yes, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Good tasting tobacco, of course. Then, too, Lucky's also taste better because they're made better, to give you a cleaner, fresher, smoother tasting smoke. So, friends, remember how important better taste is to your enjoyment of a cigarette. And remember that Lucky Strike gives you the better taste of fine tobacco in a better-made cigarette. But most of all, remember to pick up a carton of Lucky's tomorrow. Yes, be happy. Go Lucky.
Be happy, go Lucky, get better taste today.
Bing, I want to thank you very much for taking Dennis Day's place on the program.
I was glad to do it, Jack.
Tell me, Bing, is Dennis really going to caddy for you when you play golf with Ben Hogan tomorrow?
That's right.
And you and Ben are playing for $100 a hole?
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you mind if I join you? You know, I'd like to pick up a little extra money.
What makes you think you'd win?
I can't lose. I'm going to caddy for Hogan.
Oh.
Good night, Bing. Good night, folks.
The program is written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephberg, George Walter, John Tackerberry, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. Be sure to hear The American Way with Horace Height for Lucky Strike every Thursday over this same station. Consult your newspaper for the time. Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Jack Benny Program. Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis A. Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Bob Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take you back to yesterday. Last night, the members of the Beverly Hills Beavers put on a play at the school auditorium. Of course, Jack Benny, who happens to be the treasurer of the club, was planning to go. We now find Rochester pressing Jack's tuxedo.
Press it once and press it twice and press it once again. It's been a long, long time. Da 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 da. Well, I got the pants pressed. Now I better finish pressing the coat. I wonder where Mr. Benny bought this tuxedo. It should be on the label. Yeah, there it is. The Pep Boys.
Oh, Rochester, have you finished pressing my clothes yet?
Yes, boss, but who was the last one you rented this tuxedo to?
Why?
Every time I lay the coat down, the arms fold.
Oh, stop.
Anyway, you're only going to a school play. Why dress formal?
Well, Rochester, the Beavers aren't putting on just a play. They're going to do their version of my radio program. You see, each one of the kids will portray a member of my cast.
Oh.
And since I'm the inspiration for their show, they may ask me to come up on the stage and make a speech. Gosh, I'll never forget 10 years ago when I made that speech at the Academy Awards.
Boss, I didn't know you were on the speaker's list.
I wasn't, but I just had to get up and tell them what I thought of them. I'm glad I did, too. I'll get it, Rochester. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Am I early?
Well, we don't have to be at the school auditorium for a half hour yet. Sit down, Mary.
Thanks. You know, just before I left home, I was talking on the phone to Mama.
Oh, your mother, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What did the no loose ends of Plainfield have to say?
She told me she read in the paper about your visit with President Eisenhower.
That's right, Mary. I did visit the president.
Did he show you around the White House?
Yes, Mary. He was very nice to me. And, Mary, remember when you saw the White House on television, that big room where the piano was?
Uh-huh.
There's a putting green there now. Really nice, though.
Here's your tuxedo, boss.
Oh, help me on with the coat, Rochester. I want to see if it still fits. Thanks.
Jack, if you wear that old tuxedo again, I'm not going out with you. It's so old-fashioned now.
Old-fashioned?
Yes, look how long the coat is.
What are you laughing at?
You look like the villain in The Drunkard.
Only when I wear the cape. Now, Mary...
Jack, I mean it. I wouldn't be seen dead in that tuxedo.
Our last customer didn't mind.
Now, cut that out. I'm going to wear this tuxedo, and that settles it. Now, Rochester, I won't be home, and... Here's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Hi, Jack. This is Bob. Sorry to bother you today, but, well, I wanted to let you know I'm on jury duty.
Jury duty? You're kidding.
No, the first case comes up Wednesday, and it may last for weeks.
But this is ridiculous. You'll miss my show. Didn't you tell him you worked for me?
Yes, I did, Jack.
Well, why didn't you tell him it would be a hardship if you had to lose the income from my show?
Well, I told him, Jack, but that didn't work either.
Why not?
Well, they pay more than you do.
What?
$3 a day.
Well, that temporary work is always high. But, Bob, I just can't let you miss my show.
Well, there's really nothing you can do about it, Jack.
Oh, no? What about my contract with you?
Well, that's the case that we're trying Wednesday.
Now, look, stop joking, Bob. I need you for the show, so I wish you'd try and make it.
Okay. Say, by the way, Jack, did you get that recording that I made with the sportsman?
Oh, yes, Bob. It's right here.
Well, will you play it? I think you might enjoy it.
All right, I'll play it right now. So long, Bob.
Goodbye.
Oh, Mary, Bob sent me a record that he made with the Sportsman Quartet. Let's play it.
Okay, where is it?
Right there by the phonograph. And play it loud, Mary, so I can hear it in the other room while I'm getting dressed.
Okay.
The sun is shining, oh, happy day. No more trouble and no skies are gray. Ever since you said those words to me. You said you loved me, I know it's true. My life's complete, dear, for now I have you. Oh, happy days, oh, lucky me. The moon is shining, oh, happy night. Come to me, darling, hold me so tight. I need your loving, really, yes, I do. You said you love me, I know it's true. My life's complete, dear, for now I have you. Oh, happy day, oh, lucky me. Oh, happy day, happy-go-lucky day.
Say, Mary, that was very good. It was thoughtful of Bob to get the sportsman to do it with him.
Oh, it sure was. Say, Jack, don't you think it's about time we left for the school auditorium?
Yes, we haven't got much time. Rochester, get my car out of the garage, will you, please?
You can't use the car, boss. A nail went through one of the tires.
Oh.
I told you not to buy such cheap tires.
Well, Rochester, the most expensive tire in the world can be punctured by a nail.
A fingernail?
Well, what did you touch it for? Always testing. Now what are we going to do?
Well, I've got my car outside.
Okay, we'll go in yours. Come on.
Bye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
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 Jack, wasn't that a nice song Bob sang?
Yeah.
The sun is shining. Oh, happy day.
They may cut taxes. I feel so gay.
Oh, look, Jack, here comes Dennis on a bicycle.
Where?
Oh, hello, Mary. Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, kid. Gee, we were just leaving for the school auditorium. Aren't you going to see the Beverly Hills Beavers put on their play?
Oh, sure, but it's such a nice night, I thought I'd ride over on my new bicycle.
Oh, is that a new one, Dennis?
Yeah, I won it last night on a quiz program.
On a quiz program? Gosh, you're really lucky.
Yeah.
Was it a hard question?
Oh, no, it was easy. The man pointed at me and said, would you pay $100 for this bicycle? I said, yes, so I gave him the $100 and he gave me the bicycle.
Dennis?
I almost won a refrigerator, but I didn't have enough money.
Look, kid, did the master of ceremonies of this quiz program have a little hammer in his hand?
Uh-huh.
Dennis, you were at an auction.
Certainly. And all those people crowded around were bidding. I know what I'd have done if I'd have had the hammer. Now, come on, we better get to the... Now, come on, we better get to the school auditorium.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Dennis, did you ask your mother if you could go duck hunting with me again next week?
Yeah.
Dennis, I didn't know you go with Mr. Benny on his hunting trip.
Oh, sure, I'm his retriever.
You mean when he shoots, you bring back the duck?
No, when he misses, I have to bring back the buckshot.
All right, all right. Now, Dennis, leave your bicycle here and come with us.
Okay.
Say, this school auditorium really is packed. But we got pretty good seats, didn't we, Mary?
Oh, these are fine. Right in the center, too.
Can you see all right, Dennis?
No.
Why don't you ask that man in front of you to take off his hat?
It isn't his.
What?
It's mine. I put it there.
Well, take it off and be quiet.
Hey, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Joey. Is everything ready backstage for your show?
Uh-huh.
Are the kids nervous?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, good luck.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. And by the way, you'll be happy to know that we're almost sold out of popcorn.
Well, good, good. Now, push the lemonade. Go ahead.
Okay. You know, Miss Livingston, tonight we're going to do a takeoff on Mr. Benny's radio show.
I know.
Say, Joey, did you finally get a fat kid to play Don Wilson?
Uh-huh.
Good, good. Now, you better hurry or you'll be late. Huh? Well, Mary, it won't be long now before the show starts.
Gee, I hope the Beavers really do it.
Hey, Mary.
Huh?
Don't look now, but there's a lady across the aisle who keeps staring at me. I guess she recognizes me.
Where?
Here she comes.
Pardon me, but would you be good enough to give me your autograph?
Why, certainly. There you are.
Thank you. You were wonderful in the drunkard. I told you not to wear that cape.
I'll take it off. You know, Mary, this idea of the little kids doing my radio program is really clever, isn't it?
Oh, yes, Jack. I think it's the cutest thing that... Oh, the curtain's going up.
Yeah. And look, they've even got a kid orchestra.
Quiet, here they go.
The Jack Benny Show, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring you the star of our show. A man who still has the first dollar he's ever earned. Not because he's cheap, because you can't spend Confederate money. Jack Benny. Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Ron, did you think up that introduction all by yourself? Yes, Jack, and I thought it was very funny. Oh, you did, eh? Yes. Don. Blub-boo boy. Hey, get easy. The last time you shook like that, you got a proposal from Hilo Hattie. And another thing, Don. Oh, hello, Mary. Hello, Jack. Hiya, Don. Say, Mary, I called you last night, but your mate said you were out. That's right. I went to the baseball game with Van Johnson. That was nice. Who won? When you're with Van Johnson, who watches the game? Mary, what's this you dropped on the floor? That? Oh, that's the letter I got from Mama. From your mother, eh? What does the third dimension of Plainfield have to say? I'll read it to you. My darling daughter, Mary, just a few lines to let you know that we are all well. The weather's nice here now, but as you probably read in the paper, we had an awful blizzard. And when your father came in from the barn, his milking hand was frozen. Gee. I hope it thaws out soon, as we'd like to get the cow out of the house. I don't blame them.
Hey, Mary, that little girl is a natural-born actress.
Yes, she went right on reading the letter, even though her bloomers were slipping down.
Yeah.
No other news, so we're closed now. With love, your loving mother, Mama. You know, Mary, your mother's letters get better all the time. But let's get on with the show. Oh, Bob Crosby, I'm talking to you. Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't hear you. Didn't hear me? No, I've been rehearsing the band and my ears are still folded. Oh, say, Bob, I meant to ask you, did you learn how to pronounce that word yet? I think so. Let me hear you say it. Manischewitz. Well, keep trying, Bob. You don't want to disgrace your wife and children. Say, Jack, what is it, Don? I think this fellow has a telegram for you. Well, what's he waiting for? Oh, boy. Boy. Oh, fine. Are you from Western Union? Who do you think I am with this uniform, Milton Eddy? Never mind. Just give me the message. Here you are. And here's a tip for you. Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can send my father through college. Say, I've had trouble with you before. What's the matter with you? Do you enjoy aggravating me? Whoa, joy! Now, let's see. I wonder who this Jack, you only gave a nickel tip. That's the cheapest thing I ever heard of. Mary, be quiet, or you'll be known as Nylon Nellie at the May Company. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to do... Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary. Hello, Janice. Hey, kid, I'm glad you got here because it's time for your... Wait a minute. Janice, look at me. Huh? Janice, this is the first time I ever saw you wearing glasses. Are your eyes bad? No. Then why are you wearing those glasses? My uncle died and left them to me. Your uncle? Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I can't see a darn thing with him. Well, for heaven's sake, kid, you can't see with them. Take them off. Just because somebody leaves you something in a will, you're not compelled to use it. I'm not? No. Anybody want to buy a set of teeth? Now, cut that out. And take off those glasses. It's time for your song. Okay. While you're singing, I'm going out in the hall and get a candy bar out of the machine. Clancy was a peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's the fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would touch Clancy, lowered the boom. Oh, the Clancy, oh, the Clancy. Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. The neighbors all turned out for Kegel Grady's wedding night. The Beaver said, let's have some fun. I think I'll start a fight. He rests the hall and kissed the bride and pulverized the groom. And kisses a wink before he could think Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, the Clancy, oh, the Clancy. Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, the Clancy, oh, the Clancy. Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. Sure, it was the most beautiful sight you ever did see when Clancy lowered the boom. Candy machine. Oh, here it is. Now, let's see. They've got Hershey's, Circus Peanuts, Lifesavers, Babe Ruth, and Milky Dip. I think I'll get that one, a Milky Dip. Bud. Huh? Come here a minute. Yeah, what you doing? I'm getting some candy. What kind? A Milky Dip. What? Get a Hershey bar. Why a Hershey bar? In this hot weather, nothing runs like chocolate. But I want a Milky Dip. Milky Dip hasn't got a chance. What are you talking about? Milky Dip not only has chocolate on the outside, but it has cream in the center.
That's what'll give you the trouble.
What?
Cream is hard to handle unless you whip it.
Gee, I never thought of that. Do you really think I should get a Hershey bar?
Can't miss. Look at the last performance.
Last performance?
Yeah. Coming out of the machine, Hershey was boxed in by Lifesaver, but got through the hole.
Really?
And Lifesaver was the flavorite.
Well, I don't know. I'm still gonna... Wait a minute. I know what I'll do. I'll get Almond Joy.
Okay, it's your dough.
Wasn't he cute, Jack? Just like the tout on our show.
Yeah.
Hurry up, Jack. Dennis has finished the song. Okay, Mary. What took you so long, Jack? Oh, I ran into that racetrack tout. Now, where were we? We're supposed to start our sketch. Oh, yes. Well, hold it a second. Kids, before we start, I want to call Rochester. Oh, Mabel, where's the grapefruit? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. I wonder what the snow of Kilimanjaro wants now. Well, I'll answer it and find out. Hello? Hello? Gertrude, will you try to get me Rochester, please? Just a moment, Blue Eyes. He wants us to get him Rochester. It's a good thing he talked to you. I'd have hung up on him. Why? Jack took me out once and didn't even kiss me goodnight. I can't understand it. I even brought my lips up close to him. Like this. Well, no wonder he didn't kiss you. What? I've seen a better pucker on a closed laundry bed. Operator, get me Rochester. Yes, Mr. Benny, I'm ringing for you.
Mr. Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, television, and the man who knows.
Never mind that, Rochester.
Oh, it's you, boss.
Yeah. Did the man from the used car lot come around to buy my car?
Yes, sir.
Well, did you tell him the price was $1,000?
But he told me that the used car market has dropped some in the last few days.
Oh, what did he offer you?
$750.
Well, that isn't so bad.
You ought to see where the decimal point is.
Now, Rochester, stop being on his side. You know as well as I do that the car's worth $1,000.
Oh, boss, come now.
All right. Well, tell the man I'm not selling it anyway, and come down to the studio and pick me up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Jack, you were on the phone so long we haven't got time to do the play. I don't know. You try to put on a program and something always happens. Play, Bob.
Lemonade. Get your lemonade in the lobby.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good night, everybody. We're a little late.
Listen again next week to The Jack Benny Show. Don Wilson speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp at his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Tonight, the sponsor, Mr. Scott, buys a beautiful Christmas present for his wife, but makes the mistake of leaving it at the Harris home for safekeeping. More about that later, but first, a word from RCA Victor. For a Christmas present the whole family will enjoy, give the gift that keeps on giving, a new RCA Victor television super set. A super set like the 17-inch Preston, for example, makes a wonderful Christmas gift. It brings a world of entertainment into your home all year round. And it brings into your home the clearest, strongest pictures you've ever seen. That's because the Preston has a completely new circuit system and an electronic supercharger that gives you television with picture power. In the city, in the country, in almost any television area, you get the finest reception possible thanks to picture power. So remember the name Preston, RCA Victor's smartest 17-inch table model superset, available with a matching consolette base at modest extra cost. And make your Christmas present the Preston. It's a magnificent new superset made by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. With Christmas 2 weeks away, Phil has decided not to wait until the last minute to do his shopping. He's now making up his list, and Frankie is helping him.
Now, let's see. I guess I got everybody down that I have to give presents to.
Curly, didn't you forget somebody?
Who?
I'll give you a hint. This fellow is a prince of a chap. He's your best friend, and he plays the guitar.
Oh, yeah, Remley. Thanks for reminding me. I'd hate myself if I forgot Burl Ives.
Curly, don't you know another guitar player?
Sure, I know Perry Bodkin, Dave Barber, Les Paul.
I'm talking about me.
Oh, you? Oh, I was just counting the ones who use strings. Nah, I'm only kidding you, Remley. What do you want for Christmas?
I don't know, but look, Curly, I want you to take it easy. I know you have no regard for money. You have a big, generous heart. You'd probably go out and spend a fortune on a gift that I won't need.
Yeah. Silly spending a fortune on something that you won't need, so I'll tell you what.
What?
I'll give you the $2 and you can buy your own gift.
Curly, I know you're joking. You couldn't spend that little on a present for me. After all, you're a big man. You couldn't afford to have Mr. Schmidt think you're a cheapskate.
Who's Mr. Schmidt?
He owns the pawn shop where I'm going to hock him.
Remley, every year you hock the gift I'm going to give you. This year I'm going to give your gift directly to Mr. Schmidt.
Why do that?
It cuts out the middleman. And saves you car fare. Hey, you know something I almost forgot? Gee whiz, I got to put Mr. Scott's name down.
Why do you have to get Scotty something?
Because he's my sponsor. I got to keep in good with him. Now, let me see. I wonder what I could send my sponsor that would make him happy.
Tear up your contract and mail him the pieces.
No, that's what he sent me last year. Took me 2 weeks to glue the pieces together. Oh, well, I'll think of something for him. You know something, Remley? My real problem is what to get for Alice.
Why do you have to get her anything?
Why? Because she's my wife. I'm married to her. I've been living with her for 10 years, and You're right, I've done enough for her already. Nah, she's a good kid. You know, I want to get her something nice, something different, something that she wouldn't go out and buy for herself.
What's she interested in?
Well, she's a sports fan. She's crazy about football.
How about a set of goalposts?
Friendly, please. But something in the sporting line would be good.
How about a moose call horn?
Frankie, if you can't make a sensible suggestion, just don't say nothing, huh? I want to get her something for a sport that she participates in. Hey, wait a minute. She does a lot of swimming. I'll get her a frogman suit.
What's a frogman suit?
Well, it consists of goggles, fins, and a snorkel tube. Hey, it's great for swimming underwater. I wonder if she'd like it.
Well, she'd be a fool not to. Think of all the fun she'll have blowing up enemy battleships. Shirley, why don't you get her something that...
Phil, I want to talk to you a minute.
Quiet, Remley. Here she comes.
Oh, Phil, I wanted to ask you about that. Say, what's that list you have there?
Oh, that's my Christmas list.
Oh? How's it coming?
Well, I got a problem on one gift.
Are you having trouble finding a gift for your favorite blonde?
No, I'm getting her a mink coat. You're the one I'm having trouble. You snapped at that like a rainbow trout, didn't you? Honey, you know you're the only woman in my life. You're at the top of my list, and I'm going to get you something real good.
Oh, Phil, you really don't have to get me anything. After all, I have you, dear. And that's enough for any woman.
I see what you mean. I'll cross your name off the list, and then
Drop that pen.
Alice, please, you're twisting my conducting wrist.
Oh, by the way, do you have Mr. and Mrs. Scott's names on your list?
I got his name down, but why do we have to get something for her, too? She's so hard to please. She's been spoiled.
Yeah, she's an old fuss budget. She never likes anything.
Oh, now, that's not true. Mrs. Scott is a very nice person.
Hey, I got an idea, Curly. Why don't you pick a fight with Mr. Scott? Then you won't have to buy him anything.
Oh, wait a minute, Frankie. I can't pick a fight with a sponsor. A sponsor in radio is something that's sacred. Like a white elephant in India. Besides, Scotty's a pretty nice... I'll get it.
Oh, hello, Harris.
Well, Mr. Scott, come on in, sir. It's a pleasure to see you, sir.
Well, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Scott.
How do you do, Mrs. Harris?
Hiya, Scotty. I'm here, too.
Well, this is a disgusting surprise.
Quiet, Jumbo, or I won't give you any peanuts. You know, this is a coincidence, Scotty. Curly was just talking about your wife.
Oh, something nice, I hope.
I wouldn't say that.
Pay no attention to him, Mr. Scott. I said some very nice things about Mrs. Scott, and you know it, Frankie.
All right, you said nice things. If somebody said it about my wife, I'd punch him right in the nose.
Mr. Scott, don't believe him. Alice and I were talking about your wife,
Never mind, Harris. If anybody said anything nasty about my wife, I know whose rum-soaked lips it came from.
Curly, now he's saying something nasty about your wife.
I didn't mean Mrs. Harris. Remley, what are you trying to do?
Curly suggested that I start a fight between you and him so he wouldn't have to buy you a Christmas present.
I didn't say that. That was your idea.
I know I heard it someplace.
Mrs. Harris, I came over to see you. I'd like to talk to you alone.
What about?
Well, first, couldn't you send these two out to the dog run?
Well, the house doesn't have to fall on us. We'll leave you two alone. Come on, Remley.
Okay. Hey, Curly, aren't you taking an awful chance leaving your wife alone with him?
He's 100 years old.
What did you want to talk to me about, Mr. Scott?
Well, I want you to do me a favor.
Yes.
I bought my wife a beautiful antique clock for Christmas, and I'd like to leave it here until Christmas Eve. If I take it home, she'll find it. She's, shall we say, a little on the nosy side.
Oh, an antique clock sounds like a lovely gift.
Oh, it is. It's exquisitely designed and has a beautiful chime. Now, Mrs. Harris, I want you to do me another favor. I want to keep it a secret, so don't tell your husband what's in this package. Old Blabbermouth will have it all over town.
Now, don't worry. I'll keep it a secret. I'll hide it.
Ah, and another thing. Be careful how you handle it. It's very expensive.
Now, don't you worry, Mr. Scott. I'll put it away safely.
Thank you. I'll pick it up Christmas Eve. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, let's see. I have to put this someplace where Phil won't find it, and I...
Hey, Alice, did Scotty leave yet?
Yes, he did.
Oh, good. Hey, what's that package you're trying to hide?
Well, I wasn't supposed to tell you, but it's a Christmas present Mr. Scott bought for his wife. He wants me to keep it for him.
What is it?
I promised I wouldn't tell.
Oh, you can tell us. What is it, Alice?
Yeah, what did he buy for?
Sorry, but I won't tell.
Curly, let's beat it out of her.
Will you stop, Remley? If she doesn't want to tell us, she don't have to. I don't care.
I'm glad you feel that way about it, Phil. Do me a favor and put it away in my closet, and be careful with it.
Okay, we'll put it
Now,
away.
if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
Well, I better put this package away.
Aren't you going to open it and see what's in it?
Of course not, Frankie. It's none of my business what Scotty's given his wife. I'm not the least bit interested in this odd-shaped package that weighs about 8 pounds.
Why don't you shake it? That way maybe you can tell what's in it.
I guess it won't do any harm to shake it. What a dull gift. It don't even gurgle.
You don't know how to shake. Give it to me. Curly, you hear that?
Hey, Remley, it's ticking.
How do you like that, Scotty? Giving his wife a time bomb for Christmas. Think we ought to call a cop?
No. If Mr. Scott wants to blow up his wife so he can marry his secretary, it's none of our business. You think it'll lift her very high, Remley?
I doubt it.
Might budge her a little. You can't... Hey. Stop ticking.
Good. Now we can take a peek.
No. Remley, that wouldn't be right. It's Mr. Scott's present to his wife, and it's none of our business. A gift for somebody else is a sacred thing.
You're right. Let's open it, see how sacred it is. Well, if we don't open it, some busybody might come along and put his finger under this flimsy string and snap it like... this. Cheap twine.
Yeah.
Snapped at my touch.
Remley, how could you? Next thing I know, you'll be grabbing the paper and tearing it off like this. They ain't making that tissue paper like they used to. Hey, look here. It's a clock.
You mean we went to all that trouble just to find this? Why would he give his wife a gift like this?
I don't know. Maybe she's running at Santa Anita and he wants to clock her. Gee, it's a pretty thing.
Yeah.
I wonder what that little lever on the side is for.
I'll pull it out and see. Those are pretty chimes.
Yeah, Remley, but shut that thing off. If Alice finds out that we opened this, she'll murder me.
Yeah, okay.
I hope Alice didn't hear.
Phil, what were those bells? Phil Harris, who opened Mr. Scott's package?
Nobody. Now, however did that get open?
I think when you ripped the paper off, it helped a little.
Wait.
Phil, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Now wrap it up again and... Oh, gee, what a gorgeous clock.
You like it?
Oh, I love it. I wish I had one like it.
Okay, honey, when Santa Anita opens, I'll get you one.
Phil, you rewrap this. I'll be back later to put it away. And be careful how you handle it.
Okay, honey, yeah, I'll be careful. Hey, Remley. That solves my Christmas present for Alice. She said she'd like a clock like this, so I'll get her one. Can't cost much.
Lift it up, Curly. Maybe there's a price tag on the bottom.
Okay. Hey, yeah. Here's the price tag. It costs $1,200 and the $1,200. Here, let me take this thing quick. I don't want to.
Don't hand it to me, Curly. I haven't got it.
Oh no, we dropped it.
They got a lot of nerve asking $1,200 for a pile of junk like that.
Emily, please, look what we did.
Don't get excited. Maybe it isn't as bad as we think. Let me see.
How bad is it, Remley?
No, it's not bad at all. The glass broke and a little screw fell out.
Well, thank goodness. Let's take it to a jeweler fast and have it fixed. But we got to keep it a secret. If we don't,
Bill!
Uh-oh, Boston Blackie.
Bill, Mr. Scott just called. His wife found out about the clock, and they're coming over in a little while to get it.
Tell him to bring a shovel.
Quiet. The clock will all be wrapped for him, honey. Now, look, I'm in real trouble. We ain't even got time to take it to a jeweler to have it fixed.
Why do we have to take it to a jeweler?
What do you mean?
Silly boy. All we have to do is take the glass out of your mantel clock and replace this little screw.
Yeah. That ought to put us in business. Well, let's get started.
Hey, I got an idea, Curly. While we're working on the clock, why don't you sing?
What for?
To cover up the noise of the hammering.
Oh. Long, long ago in New Orleans, on a little street of dreams, there I heard a crazy band. That was where the blues began. There was Memphis Joe with his hidey-ho moaning on his saxophone. There was Slip-on Slim, you've heard of him, and his laughing slide from bone. Peg-leg Pete playing hot and sweet on the baking powder can. Dancers swayed as they played, that was where the blues began. There was Dog-Faced Chet with his clarinet hitting high notes up and down. Smoky Moke was there with his slick black hair beating his drums like a clown. While the bugger up a big brown jug by a Hepcat dressed in jeans, that was where the blues was born in New Orleans. Peg-leg Pete and his violin made of bacon powder tin hollers out, let them folks come in. Dog-Faced Chet and his clarinet, the cutest pair I've ever met, broke his reader, I've been there yet. Memphis Joe and his saxophone, Slip-on Slim and his trombone, they tuned up and settled down, then they all went to town. There was Big Nose Tess from the greasy vest weaving in her glass of beer. There was Gambler Jake playing table stakes with a seaboat engineer. Natchez Lil, she was dressed to kill, singing love songs about a man. As she moaned, them people groaned, that was how torch songs began. Then the cat named Salmon from Alabama started shooting up the floor. Everybody broke through the pistol smoke for the windows and the door, while the roar of a 44 busted up those happy scenes. That was where the blues was born in New Orleans.
Well, I guess we're finished fixing the clock, Curly. What do we do now?
Let's take it to a jeweler. Step aside, Remley, while I put it in this box.
Curly, you're sweeping up the wrong pieces. Those are the pieces from your mantel clock.
Remley, why did we take the mantel clock apart?
We needed a main spring for Scotty's clock.
Oh, yeah. One thing that still puzzles me.
What's that?
Tell me again, why did we have to take the television set apart, too?
We needed a small screw to fit the clock.
Oh, well, as long as we had a reason, then. Look, Remley, we're in trouble. We got to get this fixed before Scotty gets here.
We'll fix it. It just takes time. This is a fine mechanism. Needs delicate handling. First thing we got to do is pry open this little teeny lid here. Hand me the tire iron.
Wouldn't you rather have a crowbar?
I would suggest an acetylene torch.
Bro!
What are you guys doing?
Well, we're trying to force something open, and we don't know how to do it.
Well, you have come to the right boy. Hey, I use this.
What is it?
Pine and nitroglycerin.
Grogan, what are you doing with nitroglycerin? Are you planning to...
Of course not. I bought that for my mother for Christmas. Old lady's going to get a big bang out of this. Hey, what are all them parts you got on the table? Them springs and the cogs and the gears there, what are they?
Oh, these are parts that belong to my boss's wife.
What does he do, wind her up every day?
Grogan, this is the clock that he got her for Christmas. We took it apart and we can't get it back together again.
Clumsy oafs. Step aside, I'll have this thing fixed in no time.
Look, Grogan, I'd rather you wouldn't touch it. You see, it's an expensive clock. Just give it to me. I want
Get your unregistered fingerprints off of this thing. Just sit down and watch your master at work.
Well, I'll be darned, Remley. He fixed it. Listen to it go.
Sounds good, but what's its hurry? Running a little fast, ain't it, Grove?
Main thing is it's going. Just look at them hands going around. 2 o'clock, 5 to 2, 10 to 2, quarter to 2.
Grogan, you got it running backwards.
So what? It's going so fast nobody will notice it. Hey, Harris, I better run along. It's getting early. Well, so long, folks.
Yeah, so long. Grogan, come back here. Oh, Remley, what am I going to do? I can't give that clock to Scotty in this condition.
Hey, I got an idea. Let's sell this clock to somebody, get the money, and buy another one.
Oh, fine, sell it. Where are you going to find someone to buy a clock that runs backwards?
That's our only problem. Who would buy a clock that runs backwards?
A backward child.
Hey, Julius, come here a minute.
What do you want? I'm busy. Which one of you guys got a loose liver?
Don't be a wise guy. It's a clock.
Speedy little thing, ain't it?
Look, you can slow it down, kid. How would you like to buy this for your mother for Christmas?
Oh, I might. It's a nice-looking clock. Wait a minute. It's running backwards.
Only because you're looking at it from a bad angle. You're standing on your feet. If you stood on your head, it'd run forward. Your mother would really appreciate this.
No doubt. Hardly a day goes by that Mom don't stand on her head to look at the time. What are you guys trying to palm off on me? Where'd you get a clock that runs backwards?
Well, something went wrong with it, and we repaired it, and when we got it finished, it was going backwards.
What'd you do, oil it with Ceratan?
Now, wait a minute. You'll buy it, though, huh, kid?
Oh, your little brain is going backwards faster than that clock. I ain't going to buy it, but I'll tell you what, Mr. Harris. I will help you fix it.
Can you?
Nothing to it. Step aside and let me out. I'll fix it in no time at all.
Hey, Remley's got it working. Going forward now.
Yeah. Got the chimes going, too. Julius, you're a genius.
Oh, it's nothing any other red-blooded American grocery boy couldn't do.
What's the matter, kid?
Something got caught in my throat. But I fixed your clock, huh?
Yeah, now I can give it back to Scotty and everything. Hey, Frankie, turn them chimes off.
Yeah, okay. Curly, I can't turn them off. The lever ain't here.
Well, what happened? Where can it be? Where could the lever disappear to?
So that's what's caught in my throat.
Oh, no. Wait. How could that lever get caught in your throat?
I was holding it in my mouth while I was tightening the screw and I swallowed it.
Not again. You gotta get that lever back.
Don't worry, Curly. I'll get it. I'll just...
Get your guitar-plunking fingers out of my mouth.
Emily, there must be some way we can stop this thing.
Which one?
Phil, I want to talk to you about...
Oh, yeah, I know the clock, but don't get excited, honey. We didn't wrap it yet because...
You don't have to wrap it. Mr. Scott called again, and his wife doesn't want an antique clock.
She doesn't? Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, yes, isn't it? And as long as she doesn't want it, I bought it from Mr. Scott.
Oy, gabo. But Alice, you shouldn't have spent $1,200 on a clock.
Oh, I'm not spending it. You're going to buy it for me from Christmas. Oh, you darling, you.
Yeah, ain't I?
Hey, Phil.
Huh?
Phil, what's that bell ringing?
What bell? Oh, the bell. That's just a streetcar going through the living room.
Thanks from the clock.
Oh, aren't they pretty?
Oh, you like them, huh?
Oh, I love them.
Well, I'm glad you do. You're going to hear an awful lot of them from now
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. If you think back just 3 years, you'll recognize the tremendous strides television has made in bringing us finer entertainment. Keeping pace with these advances is your local radio television serviceman. He's your neighborhood community servant, whose job it has been to keep his knowledge and equipment up to date in order to provide you with prompt, dependable service. If your radio or television set develops trouble, your radio television serviceman will recommend the right parts and tubes to restore it to top performance standards. For example, if you should need a new picture tube, regardless of the make of your set, he'll recommend a genuine RCA picture tube. Your repairman knows from experience that an RCA picture tube brings out the best from any set. Yes, with an RCA picture tube, you're sure of enjoying the clearest, sharpest picture your television set has to offer. Today, the National Safety Council, for the second consecutive year, is bestowing its Award of Merit on the Harris-Faye Show. And here is L.W. Van Aken of the National Safety Council.
It is with a great deal of pleasure, Phil and Alice, that I present you with this Award of Merit for exceptional service to the cause of safety in 1951. You can be sure that the records you made for us last year, used in over 1,000 radio stations across the nation, did their part in saving lives and preventing accidents. Thanks and congratulations to you for this outstanding public service.
Mr. Van Aken, on behalf of Alice and our whole company, many, many thanks.
Good night.
This program is produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Theater Guild on the Air stars Brenda Marshall and William Holden in The Lost Weekend, next on NBC.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the men and women in the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till you're back from over there. Okay there, gang. Here comes another half-hour combination taffy pull and cockeyed carnival, featuring your favorite stars as per your request to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And here's your head taffy puller, the Boston bombshell, Fred Allen.
Thank you very much, Ken Carpenter, and hi, fellows. Ken, I'm amazed. I had no idea that you knew that I hail from up Boston way.
Well, it was just a wild guess, Fred.
Really?
Yes, I happened to notice.
You teased it up for this one show.
This one show.
Guess wasn't wild when you started. You teased it up.
You see, I happened to notice that baked bean hanging from your watch chain.
Well, that's no baked bean, Ken. That's an elk's tooth with a California suntan.
See, Fred, it looks so awfully round and smooth to be an elk's tooth.
Well, you see, Ken, that tooth has been kept pretty busy lately. After about 10 years of service in the elk's mouth, it was a stand-in for my pivot tooth for 3 more seasons. But so much for improvised dentistry, Ken.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Portland, this is a surprise. What are you doing way out here in California?
Mama brought me to Hollywood to get in the movies.
Movies? No kidding. How is it going?
I took a screen test, and I start working tomorrow.
What company?
Lockheed.
I'm sorry you can't get into pictures, though, Portland.
Mama thought I'd be another Lana Turner.
Lana, well, something must have happened with your test.
I had my sweater on backwards.
You had no profile, hey? Well, you'll probably like it better at Lockheed anyway.
Maybe. Mama and Papa are working there. Papa's a riveter.
Really?
Yes. The foreman picks on Papa for working too slow.
Oh, too slow with the rivets, huh?
Yes. The foreman tells Papa when he puts in the lead, he should get the lead out.
I get it. Well, that last rivet clinched your argument, Portland. So now I'd like to present a great favorite with the AEF everywhere, the girl who put the form in Command Performance, Miss Ginny Sims.
I took a choo-choo fast as I could take a choo-choo. It gave a long, 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 long way to take you in my arms. And now it's your first move to prove that you've been true. Come to baby do. You've been away, way, 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 way beyond the blue horizon. I hope that no one else is on your mind. So pucker up, my sweet, and meet your Waterloo. Come to baby Drew. Keep from guessing. It's no time to tease. All this dressing. Put your begging baby at ease. I wanna love you just the way I wanna love you. I'm gonna try to make you try to understand. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. The one for me. Come to baby, do come to baby, come to baby, do.
Thank you. That was very nice, Ginny Sims and the Sportsman.
Oh, thank you, Fred. This really is a surprise. Well, I had no idea you were in town. I haven't seen you out at any parties or anything.
Well, Ginny, I've been so busy looking for a place to stay, I haven't had much time for social life.
Did you finally get a room?
Ginny, I haven't slept since I got here in town.
Well,
Did you advertise in the papers?
Certainly. I've had an ad in for a week. The ad reads, "Gentleman with pajamas wants to meet sleeping bag."
Oh, Fred, I'm sure you're exaggerating about all
No,
this.
honestly, Ginny, I really tried all the big hotels and couldn't even get by the doorman. I finally found a little ivy-covered hotel on a side street. It looked homey and very quiet. I opened the door.
Quiet! Quiet, everybody! Quiet! We're just getting nowhere this way. Quiet, please! Now that's better. Everybody stay in line or I'll squirt my fountain pen at you.
Pardon me, sir.
My name is Mr. Gable. I'm the clerk.
Oh, Clerk Gable. Well, Mr. Gable, I'd like to get a room.
You dreamer.
How can I be a dreamer? I haven't slept for 7 days.
Pardon me, Mr. Gable. The lady in room 503 says there's a mouse in her room.
Well, tell the lady in 503 that our cat is busy in 907.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
Just a minute, Bud. I'm the house detective, and you'll have to submit to a search.
A search?
Yeah, one of our brass cuspidors is missing.
Why, this is ridiculous. What would I do with a brass cuspidor?
Does that answer your question?
I can't stand any more of this. So it went, Ginny. I tried every possible way to get a room, but to no avail. I decided to make a phone call as a last resort. I sneaked into a phone booth.
Oh, Mr. Benny's residence. Autograph oranges, 10 cents apiece.
Rochester, this is Mr. Fred Allen. I just got in from New York.
Why don't you come on over for dinner, Mr. Allen? Mr. Benny's pet chicken is awful sick.
His chicken is sick? What's wrong with it?
I'm frying it to death.
Well, Rochester, here's what I called about. Is there any chance of using Mr. Benny's room while he's away?
Did you say use or rent?
I get it. I tell you what, Rochester, I'll take the room, and when Mr. Benny gets home, I'll give him a check for whatever he wants.
Give him a check?
Well, yes.
That kind of eliminates the middleman, don't it?
Well, how about this? I'll give you the check, and you can give it to Mr. Benny.
How about this? You give me the cash and let nature take its course.
Well, I don't see why we should be arguing about money, Rochester. After all, you should be glad to have someone around the house. You must be mighty lonesome in that big place there, all alone.
All alone? Oh, Mr. Allen, come now.
Rochester, I hesitate to think what Mr. Benny will say when he gets home.
Won't do for radio, will it?
I'm afraid not. Well, Rochester, I guess I won't get much rest at the house of Benny with all your friends whooping it up around there.
I'm inclined to agree. You're so right.
So I'll just let the room go. Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye, Mr. Allen. That was a close one. I nearly rented the room, honey.
Honey? Rochester, to whom were you just talking?
Oh, that was my cousin Sylvester. Sylvester J. Honey. Goodbye, honey. I mean, Mr. Allen.
So you see, Jenny, I've really been trying to get a place to stay, but it's no use.
It's a sad tale, Fred.
Yes, it is. And a long one, too, Jenny. But enough of my trouble. Let's get on with the show. Gang, in accordance with our new policy here on Command Performance, each week our vice president in charge of hangnails thumbs through your letters and picks the vice president of APOs and FPOs. This week, I'm happy to say the winner by a cuticle and a slick forefinger is Miss Martha Mears.
carbon copy on the soldier boy I love, the little guy who looks like you. And for Daddy, every night he holds Mommy, oh, so tight. When I miss your sweet embrace, an angel takes your place, the little guy who looks like you. Night and day, we will pray and yearn for peace on earth, and our loved ones safe return to a world that sings again of the people sings again. Until then, I thank you, dear, for a precious souvenir, the little guy who looks like you. Night and day, we will pray and yearn for peace on earth, and our loved ones safe return to a world that sings again of the people sings again. Until then, I thank you, dear, for a precious souvenir. That funny little guy, that precious little guy, the little guy who looks like you.
Thank you very much, Martha Mears. Gentlemen of the AEF, it's a real pleasure for me to introduce our next guest, one of Hollywood's finest actors.
Who is it, Mr. Dallas?
You'll find out for them. This man is a real actor. His diction, his every gesture, the way he lives and breathes the role.
Who is it?
The Academy Award winner, Mr. Paul Lucas.
Thank you, Fred Ellen, and hello, man.
Yeah, that was great, Paul. Hello, men. What a reading you gave that line.
It was nothing, Fred.
Nothing, he says. What inflection on that nothing. What timing. You know, I'm going to pick up plenty of pointers tonight.
By the way, Fred, what are you doing out here in Hollywood?
Well, I'm here to make a picture, Paul, but don't let it worry you.
No, it won't. It won't.
You see, I'm making a comedy.
Comedy?
Yes.
Like Jack Benny, huh?
Mr. Lucas. If Jack Benny is a comedian, I, sir, am a fish peddler.
I'll take a pound of McNeill.
Shall I wrap it up, or will you eat it here? But, Paul, I'm glad to have this chance to talk to you, because in my picture, I have one dramatic scene where I have to make love to the leading lady. Now, do you think you could give me a little coaching?
Well, the main thing is to have confidence in yourself. And be convincing. Now, for instance, let me hear you say, I love you.
I love you.
No. I love you.
I love you.
I love you.
I love you.
Gentlemen, please, after the program.
Now, you stay out of this, Ken. I'm trying to win an Oscar.
Oh, brother, if that wins an Oscar, I'm a fish peddler.
Well, go across the hall. I'm working this studio. You know, Paul, in a way, I'm sort of sorry that you're on this particular command performance.
Well, I don't see why. I've been nice to you. And I bought some fish.
I know, I haven't wrapped it up yet. But you don't understand, Paul. You are a great dramatic actor, and for our play, we planned on doing a typical daytime serial.
Daytime serial? Why, that's wonderful.
Well, you mean you don't think that sort of thing is beneath you?
Au contraire, monsieur. I think the daytime serial offers great opportunities for dramatic acting. I'd like to play in one.
Well, all right, Paul. I think I can fix it for you. You know how all of those daytime serials start? First, the organ plays. And then the announcer always says,
The Muck and Fuss Family. Starring Paul Lucas and brought to you by the makers of Muck, the breakfast food that is no fuss to prepare.
Makers of Muck, that breakfast still nice. Say, try our food, start your day right. Get up tomorrow morning, don't be a cluck, and eat a heaping plate of muck. Muck, 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 muck.
Remember, muck is the only breakfast food that is vice versa. Muck is delicious with sugar and cream. Or, vice versa, sugar and cream is delicious with muck. And folks, muck doesn't crunch, crackle, pop, or bubble. When it hits the plate, it just lays there. And now for our story. Ladies and gentlemen, you remember the horrible plight of the Muckenfuss family when we left them yesterday. Millicent Muckenfuss, aged 17, despite her broken leg, has just eloped with Rodney Repogel, a traveling salesman. Her grandfather, Rufus Muckenfuss, despite his broken arm, took the news philosophically as he fell out of his rocking chair due to an overdose of rum. Mother and Father Muckenfuss, despite their broken hearts... Fred, does everything have to be broken?
Well, that's the way it goes in daytime serials, Paul. There's always trouble.
Mother and Father Muckenfuss naturally were upset because they had hoped Millicent would marry Julius J. Crumcake, a prominent baker.
Julius J. Crumcake, that's you in the play, Paul.
Good. Old Judge Hooper, friend of the family, has just dropped in to chisel a free meal and give some advice. But first, a word from our sponsor.
But when do we start the play, Fred? Patience. You have to be patient, Paul. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 days to finish the commercials and explain what happened yesterday.
Remember, folks, muck contains fliboflavin, that famous no-burp vitamin. And fliboflavin, that famous no-burp vitamin, contains muck. Comes out even, doesn't it? And now for our story. As the scene opens, Father Muckenfuss is speaking.
Just think, Ma. Our little Millicent has run away with that Rodney Repogel, the ant-paste salesman.
She's left the note under her pillow, Paul.
Let me see that. No, not the pillar. I can't read the pillar. Hand me the note. Dear Mommykins and Daddykins, I have ran away with Rodney Repogel, although I hardly know him. Despite my broken leg, I hope we shall be better acquainted when we return. Your loving daughter in the cast, Millie. P.S. P.S. Don't rent my room, as Rodney thinks it'll be so nice to come home to. Please excuse my handwriting, as I just broke my wrist.
It's terrible, Paul. What will Julius J. Crumcake, the prominent baker, say?
Julius J. Crumcake, the prominent baker, now.
How can you tell?
The dough on his knuckles mutes his knock. Come in.
Ah, Mummy and Patty Muttonfoot. I bring you greetings and fresh apple strudel. But where is my fair one, my Millicent?
Julius, I got bad news for you.
Strudel stinks, eh?
No, it's about Millie. She's eloped with Rodney Repo.
No, it can't be true. You must be jesting. Millicent loves me. Do you hear? Me.
Well, maybe so, but I saw her jumping over the back fence with Rodney.
Despite her broken leg?
Yeah, it took her 3 jumps, but she finally made it.
What's the note? Here, read it.
2 girdles, 4 steppings, 8 bottles.
No, hold on, Julius. That's her laundry list. Turn it over.
Oh. Gosh, it is true. She has left me for another man. Just when I had named the Millicent Muttonfoot Parker House roll in her honor.
The Millicent Muckenfuss Parker House roll, you say, Julius?
Yes, it is an innovation. I fold them to the left. Just wait till I get my hands on that Rodney. I'll bash his brains in with a loaf of stale French bread.
Now, hold on. Control yourself, Julius J. Crumcake, the baker. Even if you did win the Academy Award. Now, let down. Try to relax. Come in. Millicent Rodney.
Hello, everybody. Since we're back.
Boy, am I hungry.
Hungry, Rodney?
Yeah. We've been away 2 days with nothing but crackers and handshakes.
Millie, aren't you going to say hello to your former sweetheart, Julius J. Crumcake? Sure. Hello, Julius.
Me too. What's new around the oven there, Joel, huh? Don't speak to me, you scoundrel, you wretch, you black-hearted knave. You have stolen my Millicent. Stolen her before I had a chance to unveil the Millicent Muttonfoot Parker House roll. Despite my broken back, I have a mind to whip you within an inch of your life. Boy, what a performance.
You said it, Rodney.
Why, you low worm. Put up your hands and defend yourself. Come on, fight. Okay, I'll marry you.
Now, hold on. I heard what he said, but hold on. Hold on, Rodney. Hold on, Julius. There'll be no brawling in the Muckenfuss house. Now, I'm running things round here, and we'll discuss this matter sensibly. And that's that. Aha!
No, you didn't steal the cuspidor, huh?
No, Gumshoe, I didn't steal the cuspidor.
Don't tell me. I caught you red-handed and wet-lipped.
Now, this cuspidor's just a prop in the play here. Now, Flatfoot, you get out of here.
Don't you get rough with me. I got you covered.
Oh, yeah? Give me that gun.
Well, that's it, folks. Tune in tomorrow for another episode in the life of the broken-down Muckenfuss family. Remember,
the makers of Muck say goodbye to you. They hope that you will try their goose tomorrow before you go to work. Eat a bowl of muck or you're an awful jerk.
Has written many enduring melodies, but none more lovely than the one I'd like to sing for you tonight. How deep is the ocean? How much do I love you? I'll tell you no lie.
from here to a star. And if I ever lost you, how much would I cry? How deep is the ocean? How high is the sky? How far would I travel to be where you are? How far is the journey from here to a star? And if I ever lost you, how much would I cry? How deep is the ocean?
Well, men, we've battered the static around pretty badly tonight and completely ruined whatever chance Paul Lucas has of ever winning another award of any kind. However, we're glad you dropped in, and we hope you'll be around next week when it's command performance time again. Meantime, this is Fred Allen saying the best of the best from the USA.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, and honored guests, it is my privilege and pleasure as the Dean of the Friars to call you to order and welcome you and to express our wish that you will have a perfectly wonderful evening. Now, not to delay you any, I want to present to you the chairman of tonight's affair. An enormous job, you can believe me. One of the sweetest guys that's ever come to town, the chairman, Jesse Block.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. As chairman of this affair sponsored by the Friars Club, it's a pleasure to welcome you. That's two welcomes you got.
It's gratifying to see so many people gathered at this dinner to pay tribute to our guest of honor. Few men in or out of show business have so completely captured the American imagination as Jack Benny. His natural charm and personality and great wit have gone right into the heart of America. And I'm proud to have been a participant in commemorating Jack's 20th year in radio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a man whose name has become synonymous with show business. His phenomenal rise in television has completely revolutionized the entertainment industry. He has been the abbot of the Friars not once but 10 years. And to become the abbot of the Friars Club is a great honor and a significant one. And now it's my pleasure to introduce to you the abbot, Milton Berle.
Thank you, Prior. That was Jesse Block, ladies and gentlemen, who many years ago did a single with Eve Sully. And we will have no lights on the punchlines. It is really gratifying to look around this very wonderful room as the abbot of the Friars and greet you and tell you how thrilled all of us of the Friars Club are that you are here this evening. So many distinguished guests for such a very well-loved guy as our dear Jack. Really, this is the biggest crowd I've ever seen. I'm kidding. This looks like the Yankee Stadium with mink faces here tonight. I would like to tell you how this affair came about, how this very wonderful testimonial. Jesse Block called Jack on the phone in California, beginning of the season, and he said, Jack, we'd like to give an affair for you at the Waldorf. And he said, what room? And, no, that was another time, pardon me. There are so many very wonderful comedians on the dais here tonight. They're going to tell some very, very funny things that you will hear again Tuesday night. That I don't. But I want you to know that I'm very thrilled that I am the first speaker as the abbot. I think it's very, very gratifying and thrilling that I'm the first speaker to get up to apologize for Jack's 20 years in radio. 20 years in radio. That's like doing one television show. But I don't know how old Jack is, but I heard that he's the first one that ever had a birthday printed by Nick Kenny. He only wishes his hooper was his age. But this is really a very, very great thrill for me, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to know, as I look around the room tonight, and it isn't very easy, that I must make an apology for the management here at the Waldorf. If you do see the room a little bare, there's some fixtures missing. Elizabeth Taylor took them during the settlement, you see. I'm sitting next to Governor Seltzer over here, Mayor Highland, and I don't want to stay for too long. Of course, the mayor has his plane double parked. I hear that he may run for mayor of Chicago so he can live in New York. But another thing I want to say, I want to make another apology as the abbot of the club, that Gloria Vanderbilt and Leopold Stokowski were supposed to be here tonight, but they just had a little baby, and he's home resting. So he wrote a new song since they had the child. It's called It's Magic. And Jessel said it's very funny, and he's sorry I said it. All right, George, you keep punching, you'll hit yourself. I do want you to know this becomes the very appropriate time, ladies and gentlemen, for me to introduce to you your favorite Toastmaster. Burl introducing Jessel is like Winchell giving an orchid to Sullivan. We love each other, George and I. We do have our tiffs and our tuffles, but we do get along. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I must say something about our Toastmaster. These past years, he has been with 20th Century Fox making pictures, and he's made a fortune for MGM. He has appeared and spoken at so many dinners, he does not use Vaseline on his hair anymore. He uses chicken fat. But he's very happy this evening, our Toastmaster, because he became a proud uncle. Xanax polo ponies had a baby. And so without further ado, it is with a great deal of pride and pleasure that I present to you, and I must add this, ladies and gentlemen. It's an old saying, and if it's an old saying, Burl has said it, that this guy is a workhorse. This past month, he has done 24 consecutive testimonials and spoken at 24 dinners. 4 of them were for him. So, without further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the Toastmaster General of the United States, George Jessel, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, young man. The Abbot of the Friars, His Honor the Chief Magistrate of the City of New York, His Excellency the Governor of Illinois, in whose state this uneventful incident began, ladies and gentlemen, the way is long from whence I came, and the shrine is far where I would be. Yet I have left the weight of business at my producer's desk to speak at this occasion. For I particularly feel at home in this grand ballroom at the Waldorf. It is only within the year that I have stood on this same platform, and as Friar Lawrence says in Romeo and Juliet, St. Francis, be my steed, how oft have I stumbled over these graves before. And thus is the life of a public speaker. Year after year, I find myself telling lie after lie, covering the frailties of men with compliment, finding virtue where none exists, and tossing verbal orchids at the faces of men whose faces should be covered with cimmers. And this year, working in the southern state of California, I have functioned at every known affair that was given. I have run the gamut. I have spoken at the launching of a destroyer in the harbor of San Pedro to a brismila in Glendale. Milton. Yeah. And tell them nobody knows what they do with it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at almost every affair, the Toastmaster's plate and his chair are the recipient of many, many telegrams from well-wishers who didn't buy a ticket but send a telegram. And thereby, perforce of sending the telegram, they imagine that their names will be read, and it might be a commercial for their respective businesses. Such as, wish I could be with you tonight in honor of Jack Benny, Zalotrovsky's furniture store. Or some with a very definite personal note. Good luck to Jack tonight. And Ida and I are still in love after 40 years.
Eddie Cantor. And then again, we have two that are worthy of reading, and very definitely worthy, because it marks the most important moment in the career of a minstrel who needs no money or who needs nothing to get him any further kudos. And this is a telegram and says, all men in the service in the Far East Command and the women, too, send you their warm-hearted greetings and equally warm-hearted best wishes. They will be ever grateful for your selfless, patriotic service to them. M.B. Ridgway, General U.S. Army. And the other from a man who is sometimes challenged because he doesn't send telegrams but writes letters. The most important American of our time and the president of the greatest country that the world has ever known. And he very warmly says, Dear Jack, all good wishes to you and Mary on this occasion of your 20th anniversary in radio, Harry S. Coon. And so with all this, this evening is indeed one to remember and a memory to conjure with. I used also this phrase, at the battleship and the Bismillah. For the guest of honor this evening is a man about whom it is most easy to hurl superlatives. For not only this younger generation, but also it is easy for older showmen and troopers like myself to sing his praises. For I am not one of those who would refuse to emerge from their own particular capsule of time, who would live their lives continually repeating to themselves, Kid McCoy could have licked Marciano. Mathewson was better than Feller. King Solomon was smarter than Baruch. And all these bromidic phrases are in the same category as the attempt in consoling a man who is carrying a torch for a loved one. And the well-meaning friends say, there are other fish in the sea, there's a rose on every bush, turn them upside down, they all look the same. Also, there are the older men who live in the past and stay married to a lavender yesterday, who believe that there is only charm in that which can never return. No, I believe that Jack Benny would have held his own at any time in the history of the American theater. I don't say that he might have been mentioned in the same milieu or the same aura as Richard Mansfield, Henry Irving, or E.H. Southern. I don't say that he would have been talked about in the same way as we talked of Warfield, Sam Bernard, Hitchcock, Eddie Foy. I don't think that people would have put him in the same class as Tinney or Fields or Joe Cawthon. But I think he would have held his own with Harry Zup Welch, Smiling Betty Watson, or Lou, wow, here comes a woman Fink. However, he has served the people well in 20 years in the radio. And since then he has gone now further to succeed in the newest of the arts, the television. And we find ourselves under these most happy circumstances breaking bread in his honor. I will pause for this guest. Bernie, it is only because you have saved the country many times that I forgive you for killing this joke, which I have. something? All right. Therefore, men have come from all corners of the nation and from all over the country to sing his praises. Groups of distinguished gentlemen to applaud him and toast him for the past and continue to applaud him for the future. Foremost among these is the first speaker of the evening, the most important public servant in the city of New York, and other comedians will follow. This is only in the order of the evening, Mr. Mayor. I have had the privilege and the honor to know the present Chief Magistrate of the city before this evening, and echoing the sentiments of the majority of New Yorkers, I can rightly sing his praises. He has kept his promises, and this is a strange thing in the world of politics. For the promises of men in politics are likened to the robes of the mythical princess Penelope in Greek mythology, of whom it is said her robes were woven in the morning and unraveled at night. This is a line from David and Bathsheba, which I think. And so, with the hope of more jesting to follow, and with the profundity that is the order of the moment, I am proud of this opportunity to bring to this speaker's pulpit His Honor, the Mayor of New York, Vincent Napolitano.
Toastmaster, our guest of honor, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen, now that you've made a Simus out of the whole thing, I'll get on with what I have to say. I want you to understand that I can well appreciate the fact that in New York you probably do not read the newspapers that are published here, but if you had been tipped off in advance, you wouldn't have had to send Milton Berle over to me to try to translate Simus and Brisk, because he asked me what they meant. You see, I have just returned from a trip to Israel, and I got the lowdown there. I'm very happy indeed to join with so many nice people at this Friars Club dinner, celebrating Jack Benny's 20th year in radio, and as your chairman, Jesse Block, confidentially informed me before the dinner started, also celebrates Jack's 39th birthday. For a man of such tender years, Jack has compiled a most noteworthy record of accomplishment, not only in radio, but in the theater, and most recently in television. He long ago invaded the hearts of America over the airwaves and has been an idol of the unseen audience ever since. I personally remember how much I was impressed the very first time I listened to his program as a very young boy in short pants. When I received your invitation to attend this party tonight, I was happy to be included. I left City Hall comparatively a short time ago, and have found it a very pleasant sensation to jump, I might say, from the City Hall frying pan into the Friars. I see you haven't been reading the newspapers lately. On an occasion such as this, which not only honors a great personality,
but also support such a very worthy cause. It is very gratifying to see such a tremendous and influential turnout. I understand that the proceeds of this affair go into the welfare fund of the Friars. It is good to know that for a change, the money from a benefit is going to help the needy members of the theatrical profession. Usually, it is the other way around. Time and time again, actors giving of their time and talents for the benefit of others. I know it is not necessary for me to tell you of the great traditions of the Friars Club, which has been so dear to the hearts of those in the theatrical profession for so many years. It has done a great job within the profession for all of its own members. But beyond that, the members of the Friars have always performed a great service, not only for their city, but for the nation and for the state. I know also that it is not necessary for me to tell you anything about Jack Benny. The telegram read here tonight from General Ridgway is only one testimony of the many, many sacrifices he has made, going all over the world, entertaining veterans, overseas veterans, and lifting the morale of those men so that they could go on fighting, knowing that the people of America, represented by men like Benny, were in there trying to boost their morale, and what a swell job he did. His influence has been felt universally. Back in 1932, he made his debut in broadcasting in the difficult touch-and-go early days of radio. Vaudeville was going out at that time. Big-time radio was coming in, and Jack Benny came in with it in big-time fashion. And now television is coming along, and Jack is giving it a great big assist. Jack Benny was a sensation from the start, and he has remained at the very top ever since. We all know that in private life, Jack is the exact opposite of the penurious, protesting character he plays on the air. His familiar manner and friendliness have made him one of the most popular figures in Hollywood, and I am certain that his popularity is of equal measure right here in the city of New York and wherever else he travels. On behalf of all the people of the city of New York, may I salute you, Jack Benny, and wish you at least another 39 years of happiness, health, and success.
The next speaker is one of the two great presidents and heads of the world's foremost broadcasting systems. There are some men who are to the amusement world born. There are others who should never have been born at all. But it seems to me that this handsome young man, who is actually much younger than the guest of honor, lies about, has gone further in the shortest space of time of almost anybody that I know. His entree into the radio world comes in a very direct way, as it actually stems from the theater. In the long ago, his beloved father and grandfather lived in Philadelphia and were inveterate theater-goers. They never guessed that years later their son and grandson would provide entertainment for nothing. They happily paid for their seats at the Chestnut Street Opera House in Philadelphia. And they were particularly intrigued by a play called Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. Night after night they came to see Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. And after watching and being emotionally stirred by the scene in which Mrs. Wiggs gently picks the cabbage, they decided to manufacture the cigar La Polina. It was from this cabbage, ladies and gentlemen, that the next speaker was enabled to go to college, and his great desire to get away from the cabbage prompted him to enter a new field. And he alone, among his associates, saw the great future in it. And so he has built a great industry. And because of his personal contribution, his integrity, and his warm personality, even NBC, spelled backwards, comes out Columbia Broadcasting System. And so I am very proud to present to you Mr. William S. Paley.
Mr. Toastmaster, honored guest, Mr. Mayor, avid borough, ladies and gentlemen, I must admit at the outset that I'm rather unnerved. Just before the speech-making started tonight, I got a short note from Jesse Block, and this is what it said. Don't try to be funny and do it in less than 3 minutes. Irving Mansfield, if you're here, I'm very sorry. I'm not going to be able to use your jokes now. You know, Jesse is a very close friend of Jack's, and we always have to please Jack. As a matter of fact, right from the beginning, when we first signed Jack to CBS, we said to him, Jack, you can have everything you want. And I must say that it's to his everlasting credit that he has not taken advantage of that situation. We still own our building at 485 Madison Avenue. Seriously, though, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to say a few words about our honored guest. As we all know, Jack has many sides. For one thing, he's the darling of Mr. Nielsen and Mr. Hooper and all of the other rating service personalities. They will tell us, I'm sure, that during any given month, Jack Benny is heard by more people than have ever voted for any president of the United States. Just this afternoon, I was told that the latest rating score came out, the latest Nielsen as of September 30th, which put Jack in the number one position. And this means that Jack is heard by more people than any personality in the entire world. And there, again, is Jack, who is the man of the listener, the man, woman, or child who every Sunday afternoon can lean back and get that wonderful, comfortable, warm glow from hearing the laughter that comes as a result of the foibles of an old friend. I have the feeling that by now Jack has made his imprint on the character of America. He certainly must have made some contribution to make it possible for us to laugh at ourselves more easily and to put our difficulties and our deficiencies in a better perspective. On the other hand, we have a Jack who is the trooper going to all parts of the world to play for our soldiers overseas. And he's always on the go to sell defense bonds or to work for the Red Cross, March of Dimes, never saying no to any cause that is worthwhile. As thrifty as Jack seems to be on the air, he is always unsparing in his efforts to do his very best for his country or any other cause that comes along. But finally, the Jack Benny I'd like best to talk about is the Jack Benny who is known to most of the people in this room. He is the one who, as we all know, is a wonderful friend and one of the most generous and warmest guys alive. I don't know whether you've noticed it or not, but when he speaks of his fellow performers, it's always in the most attractive and complimentary manner. He's always telling you what a great guy so-and-so is and what a great performer he is. Here he is at the very top of his profession. And believe me, there's no better audience in the world for any other performer. George Burns, for instance, only has to say, I was walking down the street, and this guy is down on the sides saying, please stop. George Jessel only has to open his mouth, and you can hear Jack's yawps about 4 blocks away. And these are not exaggerations. I've actually seen them happen time and time again. But ladies and gentlemen, every time I have used the name or have spoken the name Jack Benny, I hope you have heard the echo, Mary Livingston. The relationship between Jack and Mary has been a source of real pleasure and real delight to all of their friends. And I know that Jack very seldom makes an important decision without getting Mary's viewpoint. As a matter of fact, her viewpoint is so good, and I know this from experience, that I feel pretty sure that hadn't Mary become Mrs. Jack Benny, she'd certainly be running the May Company today. And better still, you know, if that hadn't happened, I think our genial and very attractive Toastmaster would be saying, yes, sir, to Miss Livingston instead of to Darrell Zanuck. But, Jack, I want you to know that we at CBS are understandingly very proud of you. Very seldom does any effort maintain a high degree of quality over a period of 20 years. And yet in you, the American listener has found a performer whose characterization, whose taste and standard of humor has endured at a very high level for all of this time. And finally, Jack, I want to say that I have come to value most highly the wonderful friendship that has developed between us. I have for you the highest affection and admiration, and I hope our warm relationship lasts forever. Thank you.
While I would dare not challenge the sincerity of Mr. Paley's utterances, I am, in the sense of good thinking, realizing now for the first time that when Mr. Benny laughs when Burns says I was walking down the street and I open my mouth, this may have an ulterior motive. Because we feel that's funny, then we say that in other places and we drop dead with that. Try to get a job any place, George, with I was walking down the street, and you'll see what happens. The next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is an old and beloved friend of both mine, the guest of honors, and the American public. And regardless of any contrived feuds that he might have had with the guest of honor, these, my friends, are the stunts of a smart press agent. This is an interesting and a strange man. Because of his great wit and his personal goodness and whatever idiosyncrasies he is said to have, he can have them because his genius overshadows them. He began his career in a most romantic way in the theater. He was a little boy in Boston, and he acted in the mob scene of a play called Kismet, the Arabic word for fate. And the principal character of this play is a man called Hajj, a beggar and a juggler. And the symbolic impact of this character in the play is the fact that the juggler practically says we are all pawns in the hand of fate, who keep the balls leaping willy-nilly without knowing or caring which one shall fall to the ground. And I'm sure that this philosophy of Hajj, the beggar, in the play Kismet, had his effect on this little boy who will soon speak to you, now grown to full manhood. For after seeing this play, he immediately set upon a career as a juggler in the vaudeville business. His name was not the one that we know him by now. His right name was John Sullivan. But this evidently sounded too Jewish, so he changed it. He, like all good troopers, has served in all the branches of the amusement tree and has served them well. I never believed this feud between he and Jack, because why should they be on bad terms? Economically, they are practically both the same. It couldn't have been a fight about sex, because the only reference to sex that he ever had on his program was when Howdy Bub said, "I got a cow with a big tail." And so I am very proud to bring you one of the great, great humorists of these our times, Fred Allen.
Thank you very much. I can't possibly live up to all that George has said. I'll try to live up to a fragment of it and meet you by appointment some other time to live up to the rest of it. But I hope you don't mind me putting these on. I have so much aspic in my blood, I have to keep my eyes on the glass. But I hate to wear them in public. I'm always being mistaken for Russell Knipe, which is quite embarrassing. But, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't think I would be able to appear here tonight. There was a rumor that there were two people in the audience whose names were in red channels. And for that reason, we thought the actors might have to walk out for a change. But I am happy to be here, and I think we all should be happy to be here. Because back when the world began in the Garden of Eden, if Adam had been a chorus boy, there would have been no human race. I was quite flattered when Mr. Jessel, our Toastmaster, remembered my name. Because as we all know, Mr. Jessel is always busy flying around the country speaking at different affairs. Half of the time, Mr. Jessel rushes into the hall at the last minute and doesn't even know what the function is. He looks around quickly, and if the guest of honor is sitting up, he knows it isn't a funeral. Tonight, of course, the guest is sitting up. But Mr. Jessel caught himself just in time. He was starting to go into his funeral routine. You know, I always thought, until tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I always thought it was a great tribute to be selected as the guest of honor at a Friars dinner. But I've only learned now through George Burns that once a year they have to sweep out the card room at the Friars. And the only way they can get the card players out of the room long enough to clean it is to give a dinner. Of course, I must say that I was insane to come here tonight. The main dinner course is steak, and today is Friday. Fortunately, there is a man from Lindy's in back of the dais who is bootlegging sturgeons to Catholics there. Well, this is a big week for me socially. Wednesday night, I went to the Sinatra wedding. He's breaking it in Philadelphia. If the marriage turns out okay, he'll probably bring it into New York later in the season. But Ed Sullivan was supposed to go to the Friars' wedding, but he couldn't make it. Ed had to take his laughing lesson that night. It is customary, I know, for a speaker to make a few flattering remarks about the guest of honor. Now, you've heard the mayor, and you've heard Georgie and Mr. Paley speak so flatteringly of Jack, but there is another side of Jack. He is not one-sided, as he may seem to you now. He's not like the buildings and the sets in Hollywood where you go around behind him and there's nothing there. But he does. I know him from the performer's side for many years. I first met Mr. Benny many years ago in vaudeville. I was playing Centralia, Illinois, the big house. And Mr. Benny was appearing at a small theater in a suburb of Centralia. The theater was so far back in the woods, the manager was a bear. He used to pay the acts off in honey. It's the only one. And the theater really wasn't a building, it was a cave. And Mr. Benny's dressing room was a hollow tree. Variety didn't cover this theater. The acts were reviewed by the dramatic critic of Forest and Stream. Mr. Benny was next to closing on a 2-act bill. The feature act was a fire eater. You know, in those days there was no heat in the theaters, and managers used to book fire eaters. Before the show, the manager would chase the fire eater up and down the aisles. The fire eater would start breathing hard and heat up the theater. Well, this fire eater on the bill with Mr. Benny was a worrier. The first fire eater I ever knew who had an ulcer. It was a pilot light. Well, Mr. Benny's act, as I recall, in those days, was rather unique. He worked as a gypsy. And after the show, he would sit in the lobby with his gypsy robes on and tell fortunes. As the act opened, the stage was dark, and Mr. Benny would come on playing Glowworm on his violin with a neon bow. During his rendition, Mr. Benny hit so many clinkers that he had to stoke his violin after each number. Mr. Benny was the only violinist. After you heard him play, you felt that the strings would sound better if they were back in the cat. Mr. Brooke coming in again. For the finish of his act, Mr. Benny played Stars and Stripes Forever and waved an American flag. After his first bow, he also waved the Union Jack, in case there was an Englishman in the audience. In those days, Mr. Benny had no suitcase. When he left town, he would take the strings off his violin and use them to tie up his wardrobe. Well, after this first meeting in vaudeville, since I only played the bigger cities, I didn't see Mr. Benny again for many years. Our paths crossed next during World War I. Mr. Benny was wearing a sailor suit. We, of course, all know his record in the Navy. Mr. Benny was the first sailor in the history of the Navy to ever get seasick in a recruiting office. Even today in the Friars Club, Mr. Benny has to take Dramamine before he can look at the yacht club boys. When Sailor Jack finally got on his first battleship, he thought every deck was the poop deck. They were giving it to him all over the boat. But after the war, Mr. Benny had some lean years. He used to lean against the front of the palace and wonder if he would ever get inside. Things got so bad when he practiced his violin, he was using his dandruff for rosin. For a time, he left show business and took a job in a health food store. He had an acid condition. He used to stand near the milk and make yogurt out of the milk by appointment. Then Then his luck... I may as well get a few laughs here. I get none in television. Of course, you know that. Then his luck changed. Mr. Benny married, and his wife was so clever, he was able to get back into show business. He appeared in Earl Carroll's Vanities. In one memorable tableau, Mr. Benny came on the stage dressed as Abraham Lincoln. For many years, Lincoln had been on the penny, but thanks to Mr. Benny's impersonation, the cent was finally on Lincoln. Well, Mr. Benny's record speaks for itself. He was in vaudeville until 1930 when vaudeville died. He appeared in Broadway shows and the theater declined. He went into motion pictures and the industry collapsed. He has been in radio and radio is slowly disintegrating. This summer he went to Korea and instantly the Communist Army agreed to discuss peace terms. After killing vaudeville, ruining the theater, causing the decline of the motion picture and radio, Mr. Benny has at last gone into television. Television may as well pucker its screen, for it is about to receive the kiss of death. But I have only been joking in a mild way, ladies and gentlemen. Jack is, as I know and we all know, the best liked man in show business today. And if our country was only fortunate enough to enjoy the status Jack enjoys, our country, too, would not have an enemy in the world. On this note, I close, ladies and gentlemen. There is only one friar living who would travel 3,000 miles across the country to get a free meal, and he is your guest of honor tonight.
And now, from the juggler of wit to a man of great responsibility who cannot let men be pawns of fate like the juggler, but has to look after the welfare of hundreds of thousands of Americans in his great state. And I might add that since he has been in office in his particular state, the great city of Chicago has fared much better in the public eye than it ever has fared before. For if ever a city has been censored undeservedly, it is the city of Chicago. Some years ago, I remember playing at the Sam H. Harris Theater, and on Randolph Street, close by, a little boy fell off a bicycle and tore his overalls. This little boy was unhurt and laughing. He had other overalls. But the newspapers throughout America printed this headline: "Child mortally injured as gunmen rape the loop with machine gun bullets." Most of these things about Chicago, my dear friends, have been greatly embellished. Well, like me with the girls, or so. And so I have an extremely warm feeling in presenting your next speaker, this distinguished gentleman, to you because he is a great Democrat, and I am also a Democrat. But, for fear of treading on anyone's political toes, I think there is one thing I can say honestly about the Republican Party. No one can challenge the sincerity of any member of the Republican Party. There isn't one member of it who does not want to run for the presidency of the United States. I am very happy to bring to you His Excellency, the Governor of the 7th State of Illinois, Governor Adlai E. Stevenson.
Mr. Toastmaster, fellow townsmen of Mayor Impellitere, just before the dinner commenced, I had the good fortune to meet Fred Allen. I asked him what he was going to say, and he asked me what I was going to say. And we concluded that perhaps, all things considered, that perhaps we should best exchange manuscripts. You've just heard my speech, and for my part, I've lost his manuscript and I can't remember a word he said. I came here, however, tonight to pay to Jack Benny the respects of the people of the state of Illinois, and of particularly the people of Lake County, Illinois, where he used to live and where I now live. And even more particularly, the homage of the people of Waukegan, Illinois. Waukegan was his boyhood home, and Waukegan, my friends of New York, is not an Indian reservation. It's a very flourishing city by the shores of Lake Michigan. And Lake Michigan is a large body of water that lies west of the Hudson. I believe, Mr. Allen, it was Sam Johnson who said that the Irish sprang from nobody at everybody. Well, Jack Benny sprang from Waukegan. Perhaps I should say sang or played his way out of Waukegan. At all events, that was a long time ago. But I should tell him here this evening that he is not forgotten there or in Lake County. And particularly, he is not forgotten by hopeful charities and philanthropies of all kinds. I was eager to come here tonight to New York for two reasons. First, because as an innocent, barefoot politician from the prairies, I rarely have an opportunity to meet so many distinguished and cultivated and accomplished people. Or, for that matter, so many friars. Except occasionally at Notre Dame football games. When, I ask you, can a governor sit between George Burns and Fred Allen? But I also came here to repay a visit that Mr. Benny made to me in Springfield, Illinois last summer. He said that when he heard on the West Coast that he was to meet Governor Adlai Stevenson of Illinois, that he bought and carried all the way to Springfield a large and beautiful corsage. I know his disappointment was very keen indeed when he discovered that his genders were mixed. But I entertained him royally with Coca-Cola, and Camels, and Ritz crackers. And I felt that and by the way, I did notice that he took the corsage away with him when he left. As I say, I bring to you, Mr. Benny, the homage, the thanks, and the affectionate good wishes of the people of Illinois. And I am deeply grateful to him and to the Friars Club for permitting me to participate in this splendid dinner. And I might add, as Mr. Allen suggested, that to have a free dinner, thanks to Mr. Benny, is worth a trip half across the country. We bless you, Mr. Benny, for cleanliness, for taste, for humor, for art in entertainment that makes this tormented world much happier for millions of people. And if by any chance, Mr. Benny, you should need a small loan, such as the state capitol sometime, just come to Springfield, Illinois.
This proves again, when you become governor, you are no schlemiel, ladies and gentlemen.
We'll get back to the conclusion of Jack Benny's roast in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you that all programs aired on Same Time, Same Station come directly from our CD masters. They are all available on CD or cassette. For more details on how to purchase these cassettes or CDs, you may go to our website at otrsite.com. That's OTR as in old time radio, site, S-I-T-E, otrsite.com, or email Jerry at otrsite.com, or you may call area code 562-696-4387. If you missed anything, this information will be repeated at the end of the program. Welcome back to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host every week at this time, Jerry Hendigas. And now let's get back to the conclusion of this most delightful Friars Club roast of Jack Benny, saluting his 20th year on radio from November 9th, 1951.
And now, another straight man. And the luckiest straight man that ever lived. From his lips alone shall we hear the truth about the guest of honor, because he is his oldest friend. They've been going together and have known each other for many, many years behind the warm curtain in the lost art of vaudeville. I stress the word vaudeville because I doubt if the next speaker is conversant with any other subject. Now, while I don't think it is absolutely necessary for a man to be a student of Shakespeare or Moliere or Racine or Rostand, I do think a man in middle age should know there is some other periodical printed in America outside of the Variety. And it is only in the last decade or two that I have been sure as to how to present this next speaker. He had so many different names as a vaudeville actor. He was Bernard of Bernard and Gary, Williams of Brown and the Williams Brothers, Mac of Mac Albright and Mac. And in the Nagasaki Japanese troupe, he was known as Abe Stern. But after having known so many masculine partnerships, he felt if he would get anywhere in the world, he'd best find himself a woman partner. And later he did so well with this woman partner and broadened his earning power that he turned to the scriptures, wherein he found the proverb, "Man cannot live by bread alone. He must also marry a very clever woman." Then he read again in the scriptures, wherein a prophet, seeing one less fortunate, had said, "There but for the grace of the Lord go I." And so it is. A man who there but for the grace of Gracie would be still known as Abe Stern of the Nagasaki Jats. Of Burns and Allen, Mr. George Burns.
Hiya. And it's true, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Western and Eastern Abbots, Friars, Toastmaster, of course, guest of honor, Jay. I'm very happy to be here tonight. Happy. Cost me $500. I'm flying back tomorrow. Now, I don't know why I was asked to speak here tonight. I've been talking about Jack Benny all my life. I know Jack so well that I'm surprised he'd even let me talk. See, I make quite a few speeches. As a rule, I don't know the guest of honor. So I make up a few lies, put it a little bit on the risque side, and get a lot of screams. Tonight, I'll have to tell the truth and settle for a few snickers. Tell you a few things about the Jack Benny I've known for a lot of years. As I said, this will not be funny. But I did travel 3,000 miles, so if you see a little opening and you can throw in a little snicker, I'll appreciate it. You see, for the last 20 years, everything that's happened to Jack has been big, massive, important things. And this, too, can get to be monotonous. So, in the last few years, the important things ceased to be important. And the trifles in Jack's life got to be important. When he signed the CBS deal, it ran into millions of dollars. I went over to his house to congratulate him. And Jack was all excited. He says, "George," he says, "I want to show you something." He opened up his closet. He says, how do you like these shoes? I said, I think they're nice. He says, they're not new, you know. What do you think of them? I says, fine. He says, I just found out where you can get the greatest shine in the world. Another time, I was sitting at the Hillcrest Country Club, and at that time, Jack signed a deal with 20th Century Fox. It wasn't a very big deal. I would say that MCA got about $200,000 commission. And he said, George, I'd like to talk to you. I said, Jack, I'm playing bridge. He says, I'll wait for you. He didn't wait long. Waited about 4 hours. After the bridge game, I says, yes, Jack. He said, did you take a shower today? I says, yeah, I just took one home. He says, take one at the club. I said, why? He said, great towels. And, of course, Jack has been laughing at me now for years. He thinks I'm the world's greatest comedian. This is not a great compliment from a guy who thinks the towels are great. And it's not easy to make Jack laugh. You got to be subtle. It's got to be off the cuff. It's got to be sort of ad lib. For instance, if Jack is sitting in the room and I should walk in, if I close the door, this is about a 3-minute laugh. And he's been laughing at my match bit now since 1925. That's where I strike a match and show it to him lit. I'll try to do the bit now, but... But I don't think he'll laugh because I've done it 4 times already today. But I might get a snicker out of him because these are Hotel Edison matches. Jack? Well, 4 times is too much, I guess. And he also laughs at Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye shows him a glass of water, which kills Jack. I'll never forget I was sitting with him once, and I tried to make him laugh, and I ran out of matches. So I picked up this glass of water. Well, naturally, Jack fainted. I picked him up. I put him back on the couch. And but the sad part is, Danny Kaye hasn't spoken to me for 2 years now for stealing his bit. And I don't know why, because he's used my match bit 12 times. Well, anyway, I'm very happy to be here. And I'm happy because Jack is happy. And just want to tell you, Jack, I love you. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the match pit to the sublime. A man not often seen in public affairs, and a man not told that he might rise and say a few words. Yet a man who has been called into public affairs when the nation needs him, and in these our times it has been necessary so often. And he has always responded. The Toastmaster is fortunate again to have felt the warmth of his hand clasp, and was fortunate further in knowing his whole family. There are many legends about the next speaker. It is said that America's eldest statesman, and its best one, as he is aptly called, although he has never received a penny for any of his services, which cannot be said for most of the statesmen of our times. The legend is that he creates his great philosophy while sitting on a bench in Central Park. This is apropos to the stories of the cherry tree, etc. I don't believe that philosophy comes to him because he is sitting in the park. I have an uncle who's been sitting in Montmaris Park. He has been sitting there for 30 years, and not only has he not become a philosopher, but he's been arrested several times for annoying the squirrels so frequently. Your Toastmaster has always found it a problem in the budgeting of words in introducing a particular guest of honor that he has known through the years and has loved very dearly. I was never able to hold back an emotion when I introduced the late William Morris. I was never to be able to not show that I was trembling when I'd bring to his feet George M. Cohan. And when I'd introduce Jimmy Walker, and I would that his memory be kept evergreen in the city, I would always have to hide myself behind the character and not speak in the first person. Once during a campaign, I remember presenting him in this manner, by going back to the medieval days and acting as a herald who, trumpet in hand, comes into a small hamlet and tells the populace that a high and mighty personage is soon to address them. And out in California, because I see Jack every day, just a few days ago I lunched, dined, and appeared with him on his radio show. I would like to dismiss myself in the first person and take on a character such as, let me say, of a lawyer who had to represent him in court. And thus, appearing in his defense, I would say, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the American public, I wish to say about my client that I have known him throughout the years, and like these witnesses who you've heard here tonight, I also vouch for his character. That the record shows that from a most humble beginning, with the help of no one but himself, he has acquitted himself of any possible charge that might be brought against him in the amusement business. I would ask that the jury agree with me that for 20 years he has served the public honestly, and he has edited wisely the speeches of himself and the characters of his radio shows. That he has never said one thing in 20 years to offend the most sensitive boy or girl or man and woman in his great legion of listeners. He has in times of war left his home and his business to go to the farthest corners of the world to entertain the soldiers of our country. He has not only lately taken his life in his hands by bringing good cheer to the very peaks of Heartbreak Ridge in Korea. He's given up his time and his money to every good cause, even when I'm not called upon. He's a good father and a good husband, as good as he is a humorist, and I love him with all my heart. With your permission, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen, the Toastmaster rests his case and asks Jack Benny to come to the stand.
Well, the Simmers has arrived, I think. I'm so nervous tonight, I hope they don't give me another dinner like this for 6 weeks. Of course, at $35 a plate, I expected to find only 2 people here tonight. Anthony Farrell and the Mad Woman of Chaillot. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Baruch, Mr. Burrell, Mr. Jessel, gentlemen of the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. You know, when you have to follow such great comedians like Mr. Jessel and Mr. Burns and Mr. Allen, you get that completely sunk feeling as though you left your script in Milton Berle's dressing room. Needless for me to say, ladies and gentlemen, that this is that this is the only pictures you'll see in the paper tomorrow morning will be Martin and Lewis. That the Friars Club has given me the most exciting night in my 20 years of radio. I'll go even further than that and say in my entire career in show business, which is 42 years. So you can forget about my being 39 for the moment. I think that this was probably motivated not only by the fact that I've been in radio 20 years, but because I've been a friar for a long, long time, as far back as I can remember, almost from its inception. I'm either nervous tonight or I got to get away from Phil Harris. One of the things. And I have been a friar from the time I first started in show business. I belong now to the Hollywood branch of the Friars Club. As a matter of fact, I'm an officer of that club. I'm known as the Dean of the Friars. This is a very, very important executive position. I would say that the Dean of the Friars Club is comparable to a choreographer for the Borscht Capades. You know, as I was listening to these speeches, though, and you hear this said so many times as you go older that time flies, but it seems to me that I've been in radio much, much longer than 20 years. I have a feeling that I went right from Ellis Island to NBC, this thing. Because when you were born in Waukegan in those days, to get to New York, you came through Ellis Island. And I've had I've been with only 2 major networks in my 20 years, with NBC and with CBS, and I've been very, very happy with my association with both of these networks and the people with them. There have been, of course, ugly rumors that the reason I left NBC was because they charged 35 cents to park your car on their parking lot. Now, of course, that is ridiculous. I mean, I know on the radio I'm a cheap, stingy, miserly character, which is done purely for your entertainment. To think that I would leave NBC because they would charge 35 cents to park your car is silly. When they raised it to 50 cents, I thought they wanted me to go. But I've had many compliments paid me tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I think one of the greatest compliments that I had paid to me this evening, in fact, it was a few weeks ago when Georgie Jessel said to me while we were both in Los Angeles, he says, "Jack, I'm going to fly to New York to be at your testimonial dinner." I said, "Georgie, that's awfully nice of you, but you know, if you do, you'll have to be the Toastmaster." He says, "Naturally." I don't know whether this is a great compliment to me or not, because he would fly to the Belgian Congo if they were giving a dinner to one of its natives over there, I am sure. But you know, Georgie and I...
Let me tell you what I said in the Congo. There's a fellow... Go ahead. But Georgie and I, you know, we have sort of the same kind of a job in Hollywood. We are both
asked to be Toastmaster and Master of Ceremonies at different benefits and banquets. As a rule, they ask Georgie first. Now, if he happens to have a date that night with Joan Crawford or Ethel Barrymore, or Margaret O'Brien, then they ask me, and I'm always available. Of course, I feel highly honored that they ask me after Georgie, because they at least feel that as a Toastmaster that I am next best to Jessel. And any time you're next best, ladies and gentlemen, next best to Georgie Jessel as Toastmaster or picture producer or entertainer or any of his other accomplishments, this is quite an achievement. I'm also highly flattered tonight that many of my dear friends flew in from Hollywood to be here just for this affair. Miss Claudette Colbert, Mrs. Danny Kaye. Danny is now in Korea. Governor Stevenson, who flew in from Illinois. Val Parnell, who flew from London to be here. And, of course, the oldest and dearest friend that I have ever had known in show business, George Burns. When I say that, I mean one of the two of the oldest and dearest friends that I have in show business is George Burns and Jessie Block. I know that Jessie has worked very, very hard on this affair tonight, and I know he did it with great joy and with great anticipation, because this dinner was given to me. That's how he feels about me, and of course, I feel the same way about him. I have another very good friend here on the dais. As Georgie Jessel said, we've been feuding a lot on the radio. I've known Fred Allen many, many years. I knew him in the days of vaudeville. I knew him when he was a juggler. I knew him before he spoke a line on the stage. He just juggled these 10 pins and then balanced one on his nose. And he was very, very successful in vaudeville as a juggler until some smart aleck came along and taught a seal how to do it. The only time that I can remember, ladies and gentlemen, ever being real angry at Allen was he came out to Hollywood to make a picture. And he asked his producer to ask me if I would play a small part, just do one scene in the picture. The producer asked me if I would. And I said I didn't think it was important enough for me to go into a Fred Allen picture and play one small scene. And this producer said to me, "But Jack, what's the difference? It's great. You'll be able to steal this scene from Fred Allen." Well, that made me good and angry, because stealing a scene from Fred Allen is equivalent to going to the bathroom at White Sulphur Springs. Before concluding my speech, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that I want to accept this tribute from the Friars Club on behalf of everybody who has been associated with me and my radio program for the past 20 years. Because no comedian, no star, no entertainer, I don't care who he is, can sustain for 20 years on radio by himself. Possibly one man could have done it, maybe the late Will Rogers. I doubt if even Milton Berle could sustain 20 years without help. And so they all must share in this tribute. My cast, for instance, the members of my cast who have been with me many, many years. Not one of them cares how much he has to do on the program or what jokes he has to tell or how many jokes. He's only interested in the result of the program on Sunday night. My wife, of course, Mary, has been with me on the radio almost the entire 20 years. And we are celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary in January, and I'd like to have Mary take a bow, if you would. I took Mary right out of the May Company and brought her into show business. And the way she spends money, you'd think she owned the May Company. This I can tell you. Then again, besides my cast, there are my writers. I've had my 4 writers with me now for 9 years, ladies and gentlemen. And I've had this experience with all of my writers, that not one of them cares whose joke stays in or whose idea remains in this particular broadcast. They're only interested in how is the show Sunday night. We've had never one argument in the 9 years. We've had the same thing with the agencies, and now I'd like to get to my sponsor, the American Tobacco Company. I've been with them 9 years. You always hear a lot of people say, oh, the sponsor butts into this and butts into that. I'm going to cut out all the details and just say that I've been with Mr. Paul Hahn and the American Tobacco Company for 9 years, and I hope I'm with them for the rest of my life. Even if I'm through with television and radio, if I have to learn how to make cigarettes, I want to stay with them. I'm not saying this because Paul is sitting in the audience, because we have no options to discuss or anything. I call him Paul because he's younger than I am. But what's the difference? In a few years, he'll be older than I am. They've got to pass me sometime in this thing. So therefore, as I say, everybody associated with me must share in this great salute and this great tribute that's being paid to me tonight. Because when you get that kind of cooperation for 20 years with everybody, from everybody, and that kind of help from all of your associates, and I've got to go along with Irving Berlin, that there's no business like show business. Because if you haven't got that cooperation, then I just as soon play my violin at weddings and call it the day. Well, it's probably time for me to sit down. I do want to thank Friars Club, every one of its members, for this, the greatest evening that I've ever had in my life, and one that I'll certainly never forget. And I want to thank Jesse Block, who worked so hard, and Harry Delp, and Milton Berle, the abbot, and Irving Mansfield, and everybody for this wonderful night. And before closing, I want to thank Ed Sullivan, because 20 years ago, Ed Sullivan asked me if I would like to do a guest shot on his radio program. I had never been on radio, and I said yes. So Ed and I sat down, and for just a few minutes, we wrote a spot that ran about 8 or 10 minutes. And from this guest shot, which I may have done for nothing, I don't remember.
Yes, you do.
Because of this guest shot, I was offered my first sponsored program, and therefore we are all gathered here this evening. And so I hope I will remain in radio another 20 years, even with television. Thanks again very, very much, and thanks to all of you.
of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's 5 o'clock of a dark winter's afternoon, and the campus is in a soggy state. The trees are dripping, the ivy is drooping, and only the sturdier students are seen sloshing along in the mud-stained snow. All of which seems to have had no effect on Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, who returns home to number 1 faculty row in a buoyant and triumphant mood, as his delighted and delightful wife, Victoria, says,
You seem mighty perky on such a murky day, darling. Come on, tell me, what's the good news?
Good news. As a matter of fact, I had a perfectly abysmal day. I was needled, nettled, and besieged by all kinds of carping petitioners. But however well fortified I may be to cope with normal grievances, I have an Achilles heel for whimsy on a busy day.
A whimsical heel. It sounds enchanting.
Well, it's a fair description of young Jethro Matthews III.
Oh, yeah, him. He's the one who made the big fuss with the Dramatic Society about the scenery being too realistic. He also had a dandy suggestion that we do Death of a Salesman as a ballet.
Yeah, he's trying very hard to be consistently unconventional. He's a bright boy, but he's failing in his poetry course. It seems he hasn't attended any classes recently.
Why not?
Oh, he said he could learn far more about poetry by contemplating the vistas of nature than the visage of Professor Heaslip.
He's got a good point there. But he's young, he'll outgrow it.
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was intensely individual myself when I was his age.
I bet you were a beautiful baby.
Ravishing, darling. But my critics were divided into 2 schools. One believing that I was just a mild eccentric, the other that I was a boring poseur. Both views were accurate. I was what is known in those days as a bohemian.
Oh, I know, yeah. Sit around in a smoky room and try to shock each other.
Yes. That's right. Yes. Adolescents from 20 to 70 who sit on the floor of what they call a studio with candles stuck in the necks of bottles. They have Schoenberg on the record player, which cannot be heard, of course, because of the furious talk about music and the pity for the poor, grubby businessmen. The men who made the candles, manufactured the bottles, built the record player, recorded the Schoenberg, and were idiots enough to forego the last 3 months' rent on the studio. Bohemians, making a fetish of the unconventional. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Wonderful, wasn't it? What a lot of fun we had.
You talked yourself right back into it, didn't you?
How did I get to be such a qualified authority on eccentric behaviorism? Did I make any sense?
Oh, certainly. You sounded like a professional psychiatrist.
Psychologist.
Psychologist. What's the difference?
It's the same as between a poor student in the library and a rich one in the malt shop. One studies and one treats.
You know, this is the first time I've ever understood the difference. But to get back to your day at the office, what other dreadful things made you feel so good?
Well, for one thing, Professor Fisher is probably still wondering what happened to him.
Professor Fisher at the law school, what'd you do to him?
Well, I asked him whether he didn't agree with me that it was high time we had another look at the bylaws of the Student Legislative Council. He seized upon my suggestion, turned it into an indictment, and launched into a prosecutor's harangue.
I'll bet you put the old harangue-o-tang back in his cage.
No, but I managed to turn the case of Fisher versus Hall into the case of Hall versus Fisher. Oh, I gave him a run for his money. You should have seen his face.
You really poured it on, huh?
There was really no difference of opinion to start with, but he worked himself up into a hopeless contradiction, which I pounced upon with alacrity. And then, Vicky...
Louise, I'll get the door, darling. Don't stop. Now, you were pouncing. Go ahead. Pounce.
I used an old trick of forensics. As a champion and ruthless debater in my day, come in.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Is there someone to see me, Louisa?
Yes, I told him to wait. The stout one who talks like a birthday card. Yes, it couldn't be anybody else. It's Professor Heaslip. Oh, he sounds as though he were reading off tombstones. That's the one, Mrs. Hall.
Well, you'd better send him in, Louisa.
Yes, sir. And, Mrs. Hall, I told him not to bother because it's working now, but he wanted $1 anyway. For Professor Heaslip? No, he's in the hall. I sent the other one away. I'll tell him you'll see him, Dr. Hall. Sorry, have you any idea who wanted the $1?
Not yet, darling. In due time. We can't rush Louisa. With her, small phrases are tributaries that finally join a river filled with the flotsam and jetsam of facts, which will eventually flow out into the sea of knowledge.
Well, salutations, Skipper. Greetings, fair lady.
Professor Heaslip.
My apologies, but I couldn't help overhearing. You were speaking of the sea of knowledge. What a proper subject for a conversation in the presidential mansion. And pray tell, what intellectual voyage had you embarked upon at this hour of twilight?
We were just wondering about a man who wanted $1.
What? Oh, yes, Jason in search of the Golden Fleece. What a delightful sense of humor you have, fair lady.
Yeah, well, with $1 where it is, we need one.
Ah, yes, a cogent observation. Skipper, I just stopped by to return your book.
My book? Oh, yes, the Christopher Fry play. Thank you, Professor. Did you enjoy it?
Oh, I've read it with some interest, particularly because of the flurry it has caused in certain literary circles.
I liked it.
Well, fair lady, it is pleasant in a way, but I found it much too wordy and flowery for my more austere tastes. Didn't you, Skipper?
No.
Oh.
No, I enjoyed its richness of language, but then I like words and flowers.
Yes, of course. A very gifted dramatist. Oh, by the way, Skipper, I stood up for you last evening.
You did? Well, thank you.
Oh, yes, Skipper, I took up the cudgels in your defense.
Oh, really? Oh, what about?
Oh, nothing serious, mind you. There was a discussion, and when certain, shall I say, impetuous statements were made, I couldn't resist raising my voice slightly in protest.
Well, that was jolly nice of you.
You spoke, fair lady?
Yeah.
Well, I'd appreciate knowing what these statements were, Professor. They might be true.
Oh, I hardly think so, Skipper. Just the irresponsible prattle of an idle tongue. What could be more ridiculous than to even suggest that you couldn't take time to attend to the practical problems of a university?
Are you asking, Professor, or is that what was said? I mean, is it a quote or a question?
Well, fair lady, perhaps I shouldn't have brought this up.
Yes, but who would suggest that...
Oh, dear, look at the time. It's nearly dinner. I must be off. Thank you again for the fireplace, Skipper. We must sit down and have a real discussion on it one day.
Yes, I think one day would be... goodbye, Professor Heaslip.
Yes, goodbye, Professor.
Goodbye, fair lady. And, Skipper, I wouldn't give it a moment's thought if I were you. It was just that I was so surprised about Agnes. I mean, Dean Huxley. I didn't know she felt that way about you. Well, I must fly.
There goes an idle tongue full of irresponsible prattle, if ever I heard one.
Well, you can't take him seriously. As my father used to say, a fool's tongue is always long enough to cut his own throat.
As my mother used to say, it's better to plant a seed of goodwill than to put a crumb in another man's bed.
Very good, Vicky.
Yeah, I wish he'd stop saying fair lady. Fair lady. Sounds like a bus conductor. And the way he backed off and changed the subject when you stood up to him about the Fry play, huh?
Well, Heaslip is a man of many sentences and a few convictions. And what did he mean about Dean Huxley? What nonsense.
Yes. Johnny, you never finished telling me about how you vanquished Professor Fisher.
Fisher? Oh, well, now, what I think of it, I shouldn't take too much credit because I had him from the very beginning. Realizing the weakness in his case, I could afford to bide my time and do nothing.
Well, but you said you pounced on him.
Oh, I didn't really pounce. I just made a small point. It really wasn't such a... You know, it is surprising, Agnes Huxley. I've always had a great personal regard for our Dean of Women, and Well, I felt there was a mutual...
Of course, darling. You know she likes you. Now, come on. Now, what about Fisher?
Well, what could I have done or said that would have made her change?
Well, who says she's changed? There's nobody on the staff more loyal to you.
After all, there's nothing surprising about her saying I didn't have time to attend to all the problems of a university. The president of any college has to budget his activities by the very complex nature of the...
Yes, come in, Louisa. Excuse me, Dr. Hall.
Oh, yes, Louisa.
I forgot to tell you she called this morning, said she couldn't make it. And Mrs. Hall, he said the dollar was for coming over here. And I told him you don't pay for just visiting without fixing it. Certainly not. Fixing what? Oh, don't worry, it's working now. And Dr. Hall, she said she was sorry.
She?
But it's not worth $1, Miss Hall. I wouldn't pay it for you.
Oh, no, indeed.
I'd gladly pay $1 just to find out what he came to fix. $2.
$3.50.
$4.75.
Any other bids? Going at $4.75 to the beautiful lady with the blue eyes. So, wrap it up, Louisa.
I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Hall. You can be very confusing at times.
I'm afraid I didn't catch the name of who it was that was sorry she couldn't make it and what it was she was sorry she couldn't make.
You didn't? It was the committee meeting. Miss Dean Huxley.
Dean Huxley? Do you mean she can't attend the faculty advisors' meeting tomorrow night?
I wouldn't know. Said she wouldn't be there at all. Seems to me people should leave plugs in where they belong. Icebox didn't work all morning. Well, I have my work to do. Hardy, I think I've got it. Louisa knocked the plug out of the refrigerator and didn't know it. Called the repairman, and by the time he got here, she discovered her mistake.
It's the first time I can remember Dean Huxley missing an important committee meeting. Of course, there needn't be any connection. I mean, this couldn't have anything to do with her criticism of me. Do you think?
Oh, she's probably just swamped with studio problems. She works awfully hard, Toddy.
Yes, I realize that. A very capable woman. And her department is rather short-staffed. I wonder... Yes, that could be it. She did say she needed another assistant. But that was a year ago, and it was the Board of Governors who turned down the request. I never thought you would hold me personally responsible for that.
Well, I'm still waiting, darling.
Waiting? What for, Vicky?
Oh, won't you please tell me how you gave Professor Fisher the coup de grace?
Oh, yes, Professor Fisher. Yes, well, I'm afraid I exaggerated a bit. It wasn't really a conquest, you know. Just a minor skirmish. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure I scored my point at all.
Oh, darling, now don't let Heathcliff's forked tongue spoil your day. Well, you know what a fine woman Agnes Huxley is. You've always said there wasn't a more efficient and understanding dean of women anywhere.
Yes, and that's why I'm perturbed, Vicky. When such an able executive as Dean Huxley suddenly leaves a cryptic message that she can't attend a most important meeting, which, of course, has nothing to do with what she thinks of my administrative ability, or has it? Well, I didn't know I was so lacking in understanding of the female faculty. Perhaps I should let the male staff alone for a while and concentrate on the distaff.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, it's noon the next day. And Mrs. Hall has just returned from town when she's intercepted by her housekeeper, Louisa.
It's none of my business, Mrs. Hall. I got that recipe for the clam chowder from my great aunt in Savannah. He always liked it before. Nobody else I know makes it the same. And he just said, no, thank you. That's all. Well, I wouldn't take that too seriously, Louisa. Perhaps Dr. Hall didn't feel like soup today. Not that I believe in keeping a good recipe a secret. It's the bell pepper makes it. I'll mash and strain it first. Yes. Well, thank you. I'll call you if I want anything. All right. But mind how you walk. I got a cake in the oven. Looks good, too. My sister says that's why she won't own a vacuum cleaner. Huh? says you can't pull a straw out of it to stick in the cake and see if it's done. All right, I'll be careful. I was going to practice jumping over the sofa, but it can wait. Hello, darling.
Vicky, I believe I have it. It wasn't a year ago when the Board of Governors refused to add another assistant. It was at least 6 months before that. Remember when the delegations from those two sororities came to see me about a pledge they both claimed?
Yes. And you told them they were big girls now and to work it out for themselves. And, darling, Louise has got a cake in the oven. If you must keep pacing, please do it on tiptoe.
I can't pace on tiptoe, darling. It'd look ridiculous. But, you see, Dean Huxley must have found out that the girls had come to me instead of to her. And even with the most intelligent of women, those things rankle, you know.
She would never hold a thing like that against you or anything else. As a matter of fact, I just ran into her an hour ago.
You did? What did she say?
Oh, the usual hello and how are you, and she was in a terrible hurry, so we didn't actually...
Well, you mean she didn't speak to you?
I didn't say that.
Well, I don't want to put a false construction on a minor incident, but it would surprise me if she held it against you, too.
Bertie, if I weren't the president's wife, and I thought nobody would recognize me, I'd march over to Heathcliff's house or class or wherever that windbag is at the moment and give him a good punch in the nose for carrying tales. You know me, one round Cromwell.
Well, Vicky, I have none of the conventional prejudices against women in executive positions, but I've found that they have a tendency to emotionalize issues, to take the personal rather than the objective point of view. I can understand how Dean Huxley has misconstrued my action in the sorority matter as a preemptory assumption of authority, but I'm sorry that she allowed this to influence her judgment. I take this committee meeting tonight. She should be there. Why isn't she coming?
Well, maybe her cousin's sick, or if she's got a cousin, or possibly she's been evicted from her house and has to move tonight. I mean, there could be a dozen reasons. Maybe she's sitting on a jury. There are a dozen reasons right there.
Whatever it is, why did she just leave a message without any explanation? Now, why did she complain to Heathcliff of all people? Why, if she had a complaint, didn't she come directly to me? Vicky, there's only one thing to do.
And I've already done it.
What?
Well, when I met Dean Huxley, I said, hello, Agnes, I said. And then I said, if you don't mind the fib, Dr. Hall said he would like to see you. So, she said she'd come over this afternoon. Do you mind?
Mind? Of course not. Oh, any further postponement would only widen the breach. However, I shall have to find a delicate way to remind her of the danger of letting small grievances grow into crises. And I must firmly recommend that in the future, if she have any protest, she give me the original, not the duplicate. I prefer not to be a pawnbroker of protests, dealing in second-hand complaints.
Well, you have no idea, Agnes, how happy I am you were able to make it this afternoon.
Well, you know, Victoria, I was almost ashamed to come here.
What?
Dr. Hall, I've been having a guilty feeling about you.
Oh? Well, why should you feel guilty about me, Dean Huxley?
Well, I haven't been to see you.
I don't know how you find time to see yourself with all the desperate, dramatic crises of charming and slightly distraught young ladies who crowd under your wing.
Yes, I sometimes feel like a mother hen with her peeping chicks. But I don't know why I should complain. That's my job.
But it's your prerogative to complain. Without protest, there can be no progress. And without constant challenge, we would all doze on a featherbed of complacency. No, Dean Huxley, I must insist. You have every right to complain.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Hall. But, complain about what?
Well, if you haven't got a complaint handy, Agnes, think fast. Make one up. Now's your chance.
Oh, no, I'm sure Dr. Hall has enough on his hands without my small problems. I may be a mother hen, but he's running the whole chicken ranch.
Well, I try to do what I can, but with the multitude and variety of my duties and obligations, many of which, of course, extend beyond the campus itself, I'm left with only limited time to attend to what are sometimes called the practical problems of a university. So I can have no sensitivity about anyone who may criticize my particular allocation of interests and energies and...
Dr. Hall, what on earth do you mean? I've never known you to refuse to listen to any problems that came up here at Ivy. Honestly, I don't know how you find the time to do it.
Well, I've always believed that the primary obligation of an administrator is accessibility. That's why there is no door to my office in the administration building.
William said that either he or the door would eventually become unhinged, so he beat the gun and took the door off.
Well, I hope the privilege of free entry isn't abused, Dr. Hall. You can't be expected to do everybody's job. I had a step to with a faculty member about this very thing a day or so ago.
Oh, really?
He slipped. Why, yes. He wanted us to go trotting to you with a small dispute before we even had a chance to work it out for ourselves. I told him he was silly to bother you with it, that you had far more important things on your mind.
Oh, so that's what was said. Dean Huxley, I feel a most profound apology coming on.
Oh, that crumb planter. A finer example of verbal skullduggery I have never heard.
Yes, a few minor word changes, a slight difference of inflection, even the raising of one eyebrow, and you have a total change of meaning.
Why, so he did come to you with this after all. But I can imagine what he said and what you've been thinking.
Oh, well,
Why, that nasty old... Oh, excuse me.
No, go right ahead, go right ahead. You can speak freely without any fear of contradiction from me, at any rate.
I'm sorry. But at the moment, just thinking about Professor Heaslip makes me cross.
I know. All he has to say is good afternoon, and you start wishing you brought your umbrella.
Well, Agnes, I don't mind telling you that this has relieved my mind.
Well, now that I'm here, perhaps you'd like to know what started off this chain reaction.
We certainly would.
Well, you see, a sophomore got snowed in on a skiing weekend. Missed an early Monday morning quiz with Professor Heaslip, and he's refused to give her a chance to take it later.
But why?
Well, it sounds like a good enough excuse.
Well, you know our ruling on lateness, Dr. Hall, and Heaslip refused to make an exception. The girl wrote her father, and he's coming into town tonight to see me. But that's why I can't be at the committee meeting.
Oh, I see. Well, Dean Huxley, I don't want to intervene, but if you'd like me to see the girl's father, I'll be only too happy to do so.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hall, but I'm sure I can placate him. But there is something you can do for me.
Oh?
Will you please get Heaslip out of my hair?
Well, I'll do my best. As an ornament in anyone's coiffure, he leaves a little to be desired. But at the same time, I shall have to commend him.
For what? Not starting the Chicago fire?
No, for bringing to our attention, in however a roundabout way, a matter which should be near the top of our agenda. It's high time we examined the whole problem of student rules and brought them up to date.
Yes. You do still seem to have hoop skirt regulations which are a little difficult to sit down in.
So I shall appoint a committee to bring the whole subject before the Student Legislative Council. And to be sure that something is accomplished, I would like our Dean of Women to serve on that committee.
Why, I'll be glad to. Thank you, Dr. Hall. And my apologies for losing my temper about Heaslip.
Oh, and my apologies to you. I've been forcibly reminded that the loyalty of friends mustn't depend upon a constant reiteration of it. I have learnt with Molière that doubts are more cruel than the worst of truth.
and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Wells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis with the story of the blue-tailed fly.
When I was young, I used to wait on master and give him his place and pass the bottle when he got dry and brush away the blue-tailed fly. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. My master's gone away. And when he'd ride in the afternoon, I'd follow after with a hickory broom, the pony being rather shy. When bitten by a blue-tailed fly, Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. My master's gone away. One day on the farm, the flies so numerous they did swarm. One chance to bite him on the thigh. The devil take the blue-tailed fly. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. My master's gone away. The pony run, he jump, he pitch. He threw my master in the ditch. He died and the jury wondered why. The verdict was the blue-tailed fly. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. My master's gone away. They lay him under a simmon tree. His epitaph is there to see. Beneath this stone alive, victim of a blue-tailed fly. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. My master's gone away. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. My master's gone away.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested. And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath. So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, as you all know, we refer to Dennis Day as our young hero, and it's true, of course, that he's young. But never has that other word been used more loosely. That is, until today. For today, we find our hero a hero in truth, with his picture on page 1 of the Weaverville Gazette. How come, you ask? Well, let's listen as we find him now basking in his newly won glory at the breakfast table with Mildred and her mother.
Oh, Dennis, it's just the most marvelous thing in the world.
Dennis, how did it happen?
Well, I was walking down Elm Street through the ice and snow, and suddenly I saw Mr. Nicholson, the postman, lying on the pavement. Right away, I suspected something was wrong.
Why?
Well, his right arm seemed to be coming out of his left shoulder blade, and his left ankle was doubled under his right ear.
Oh, golly.
So I said to myself, this man may have had an accident.
That's what I call quick thinking.
Well, what did you do then, Dennis?
Well, I walked up to him and I asked him what was new.
I imagine he told you, didn't he?
Oh, yes, ma'am. He went on for quite a while. And then I asked him if I could do something for him, and he said no, he was in bad enough shape already.
Do you know each other, or did he just make a lucky guess?
Oh, I don't know, but I did realize maybe someone had a burst appendix or something and had written for a doctor.
Well, Dennis, when people need a doctor in an emergency, they generally don't write a letter.
Oh, Mildred, when you're being heroic, you don't have time to think of things like that.
Oh, I see. Well, go on.
Well, I picked up Mr. Nicholson's mail bag and slung it over my shoulder. And a few hours later, it was all over. The mail had gone through.
Well, it was a wonderful thing to do, Dennis. And I'm sure the people along your route are terribly grateful.
Yeah, you bet. Mrs. Dolan told me she never enjoyed getting letters so much in her life before.
You mean that old gossip who lives on the corner?
Yeah, I delivered somebody else's mail to her by mistake.
Oh, don't you worry about it, Dennis. I'm sure... Oh, hi, Daddy.
Morning, children. Morning, cinnamon bun.
Good morning, Herbert.
Hi, Mr. Anderson.
I just picked up the morning mail, Dennis, and there's a letter for you. Here you are.
For me? Gee, I wonder who it's from. I don't recognize the writing, but that may be because it's typewritten.
Why don't you open it? There may be some sort of clue inside.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Dear Mr. D... Holy smoke, it's from the post office department. And they've offered me a job.
A job?
A job?
Yeah. It seems Mr. Nicholson has decided to resign, and they want me to take his place.
You mean you're going to be a postman?
Sure.
Oh, just imagine that, Mother.
Yes. A thing like this could easily bring back the carrier pigeon.
Oh, Mother. Oh, did they say anything about salary, Dennis?
Well, let's see. Yes, they say I can start at $1,700 base pay.
$1,700?
Boy, if they think that's base, they ought to hear what Mr. Willoughby is paying me.
Well, you're going to take it, of course, aren't you, my boy?
Well, yes, sure, if I can get it, but it says here I have to pass an examination.
Oh, of course you'll pass. It's just a formality. You're going down to the store right now and tell Mr. Willoughby you're leaving him. Come on, I'll walk to the door with you.
Okay. I'll see you folks tonight.
Goodbye, Dennis.
Oh, Dennis, just think. If everything goes well with this new job, at last we can be married. Oh, won't it be wonderful?
Yeah, I'll certainly be glad to legalize our hand-holding. But right now, I'm thinking about breaking off with Mr. Willoughby. Gee, I've been with him such a long time, Mildred.
Oh, yes, but I'm sure he'll understand.
Maybe, but I'm afraid he'll take it kind of hard. You see, we're pretty fond of each other. There's never been a warmer master and slave relationship. Morning, Mr. Willoughby.
Good morning, Dennis.
I'm I'm afraid there's something I have to tell you, Mr. Willoughby, and it won't be easy. We've always stuck together, you and I, no matter what.
Yes, we've had some pretty horrible whats, too.
Well, I guess you better prepare yourself for a shock, Mr. Willoughby. What would you say if I told you I've carried out the last pail of garbage for you?
Dennis, you've joined a union.
Oh, no, sir, it isn't that. I'm leaving you.
What?
Please, don't say anything. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Don't make it any more difficult for me. I must go.
Gosh, really?
Oh, it's grand of you to smile, grand. I don't think I could have stood seeing a tear trickle down your lovely old face.
Dennis, I don't know what I've done to deserve this.
You've done nothing, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, nonsense. It must be a reward for something. But there are some things I'm going to miss you for at that.
I knew there were.
Yes, those unfilled orders, the broken bottles, deliveries to the wrong addresses, customers who complained they were sold axle grease instead of cold cream. You brought me adventure, Dennis. I'm going to miss you.
Can you stand it?
I think so.
Well, I guess this is it then, Mr. Willoughby.
Yeah, I guess it is.
I'll come back later, of course.
What's that?
Oh, just to visit and get my things.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll see you at the door.
Oh, no, I couldn't stand it. No lingering farewells. I just want to remember you as you are this minute. That big, firm nose, that receding hairline, those shifty eyes, that...
Dennis, if you're going, go!
Yes, sir. So long, old paint.
Come in.
How do you do, sir? My name is Dennis Day. I got a letter from you saying something about a postal examination.
Yes,
and...
so you're Mr. Day. Sit right down. I'm glad to meet you.
Thank you, sir.
We're very grateful to you, Mr. Day, and your appointment is virtually assured. So we've decided to give you a simple verbal or oral examination.
Good. Either one is okay with me.
Yes. And now then, we'll get busy on the form. Name, Dennis Day, of course. Any brothers or sisters, Mr. Day?
One of each.
Names, please.
John and Marie. Marie is the sister.
Yes, I had a hunch he was. And mother and father, Mr. Day?
Also one of each.
But what are their names?
Oh, Molly and Patrick.
Thank you. I think we can tell which is which at a glance.
Yes, sir.
And now then, Mr. Day, have you ever had any previous experience with the United States Post Office?
Oh, yes, sir. I've been one of your customers for years.
And we're intensely grateful to you. But you see, I'm trying to find out what you know about the Postal Service.
Oh.
For instance, have you ever heard of a mail frank?
Oh, yes, sir. All the franks I ever knew were.
You know, Mr. Day, I always thought these examinations were pretty dull. You're changing all that.
Shall we go on?
You bet we shall. I'm going to a party tonight, and I just know I'll be the life of it. We come now to the examination proper, Mr. Day.
Yes, sir.
Now, our first group of questions are those requiring thought. And shall we throw them away?
Oh, no, sir.
All right, let's have fun. Question A is a geography question. Have you done any traveling around the country, Mr. Day?
Yes, sir. Say, that was pretty easy, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, but that wasn't the question.
Oh.
The question is, in traveling between Chicago and Cleveland, what cities do you pass through?
New Orleans, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, and Omaha.
Mr. Day, just how have you done your traveling?
By troop train.
I beg your pardon. Your answer is accepted.
Thank you.
Now, our next question is one involving logic. Now listen carefully before you answer. A mail sack is to letters as a purse is to horseback riding, cheese, or money.
It is?
Not all three of them. Just one. You have your choice.
Oh, okay. Horseback riding.
I'm afraid I can't accept that.
But I thought you gave me my choice.
Today, a mail sack must be the same to letters that a purse is to money, mustn't it?
Not my purse.
Next question. Now, ordinarily, your mail route starts at 1st Avenue and ends at 3rd Avenue.
Uh-huh.
But today, your bag contains 4 pounds of mail for 1st Avenue, 8 pounds for 3rd Avenue, and 14 pounds for 2nd Avenue. So you sling the bag to your shoulder, and what do?
Fall down.
Today, I love you. Now, this last question is one you should take right in stride. Now, what's the difference between first-class mail and fourth-class mail?
Second and third?
I knew you wouldn't let me down. And that, Mr. Day, concludes the examination.
And I don't get the job?
Oh, on the contrary. Starting Monday, you'll be one of our regular mail carriers.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, don't thank me. You're getting the job because of what you did for the department. But do me a favor, will you?
What?
Postman lying on the street. Give the post office a real break. Just let him lie there.
Hi, Willoughby, old man. How's tricks? Just dropped in to pick up my things.
Well, you're pretty flip, aren't you?
I just landed a job, Willoughby. A real job, of plenty of money. You're looking at a big man, pal.
You mean there's actually someone who'll pay you more than I did?
Are you kidding? They're starting me at $200 a month, and if I make good from then on, it's $25 a week.
Don't let them pay you by the hour, Dennis. You couldn't afford it.
You're just jealous because you know it'll be tough for you to replace me. I'm going back and get my things.
Okay.
Why, Mr. Nicholson, the postman.
Well, hello there, young fella.
Well, gosh, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm working here. Willoughby said he just lost the fella he had, so I took the job.
But your left leg is broken and both your arms are in a cast.
Yeah, I know, but he said I'd be more help to him this way than the other fella was when he...
Well, gee, Mr. Nicholson, I'm the other fella.
No.
Yes, and now I've got your old job with the post office.
Well, that's a funny one. Danged if we didn't swap jobs.
Yeah. Well, I sure hope you like it here. And, of course, at least you'll make the best of it.
Isn't it a good job?
Oh, the job is all right. It's just the work and the salary that's so horrible.
Well, you don't say. Well, I know you'll be happy in my old job. You'll like the people on the route. Old Doc Peterson, too.
Oh, is he on my route?
No, but you'll find him the best man in town for your pneumonia.
My pneumonia?
Oh, sure. When they say neither hail nor sleet nor gloom of night, they ain't kidding.
Gosh.
Oh, of course, you got to remember to keep on the lookout for Killer all the time, too.
Killer? Who's Killer?
Why, the Dolan's dog. That big bloodhound of theirs.
Oh, my gosh, and I've got some of the very stuffy hounds.
None to spare either, I see. Hey, you better be careful, son.
Boy, I'll say I will. Well, I better be going, Mr. Nicholson. I'll leave you my knee pads, of course.
Your knee pads?
Yeah, you'll be using them all the time here. When you're not scrubbing the floor, you'll be begging Mr. Willoughby for a raise.
You mean he makes you scrub floors here?
And clean the walls and wash the windows and carry out the garbage. That's the trickiest operation of all.
Oh, say, I was wondering about that. I haven't been able to find a garbage pail.
There isn't any. That's what makes it so tricky.
And you know something, young fella? I've been doing some thinking.
Yeah, me too. You know, maybe we'd both be happy if we had our old jobs back.
You ain't kidding.
Well, I think it could be done if you do everything wrong around here. That'll convince Mr. Willoughby that he'd be better off hiring me back again.
Oh, I see. I make him think I'm a worse employee than you, huh?
That's it. It won't be easy, but I think it's possible.
Yeah. And meanwhile, you... Hey, wait a minute. How are you going to quit?
Huh?
Oh, that paper they made you sign, the county contract. That binds you for a period of 1 year.
Oh, my gosh. That must have been in the small print, which I didn't read.
No, it's in the large print.
Which I didn't read either.
Well, I'm afraid you're stuck, young fella. As soon as you take the fitness and character test, they'll swear you in.
The fitness and...
They send a man around to make sure you're a good law-abiding citizen.
Oh, they do they?
Mm-hmm.
Well, brother, your worries are over. We're home.
Huh?
Never mind. Just do your stuff here with Mr. Willoughby. I'll have that man check me at my boarding house, and that formality is going to be the most informal evening he ever spent.
Dennis, you're sure we're doing the right thing?
Oh, Mildred, you don't want me to get bitten to death, do you? Or die of pneumonia? Or maybe both at once.
Oh, well, no, of course not.
Then this is the only way. Now, look, the man from the post office will be here any minute.
Oh, don't worry. Daddy and Mother and I know just what to do.
Gosh, I can't get over it. Your mother is actually going to help me?
Yes. She says that getting you out of the post office is just as patriotic as buying war bonds.
Well, as long as she plays her part right, I just hope that it... Oh, my gosh, there he is now. I'll take it. You duck into the parlor.
Okay.
Yes?
How do you do? I'm Mr. Lester from the Post Office Department. I'm looking for a Mr. Dennis Day.
That's me.
Oh, good. This won't take a minute, Mr. Day. It's what we call our character test, just to make sure you're a good citizen.
Fine.
Now then, may I have your full name, please? First, middle, and last.
Sure. Dennis Heinrich von Himmler, Gering, Schickelgruber von Fackelab, Liebtraut, Day.
Day, are you a foreigner?
Why, if I ever gave you that idea.
Are you Mr. Day?
Forget it. I'm pure American for 6 generations back.
You're certain of that?
Ach, ja, sure, natürlich.
I'm still suspicious, Mr. Day.
Oh, don't be silly. What do you think I am, a spy?
Oh, no, of course not, but...
Pardon me, Chief. X-14 on the short wave.
Ixnay, Gretchen. He's a B-U-L-L.
Oh, excuse me.
And just who is X-14, Mr. Day?
Oh, that's my aunt. It's kind of a pet name, we call her.
What about these Andersons you live with? What sort of people are they?
Oh, just plain people.
What nationality are they?
Why, they're...
Do you do?
Vyacheslav Anderson. How often have I told you not to come in here without knocking?
Silly boy. I have here the pictures.
Yes, but we
Pictures, huh? Here, let me have a look at those.
Oh, no, you don't. It's none of your business what the floor plan of Fort Knox is.
Fort Knox? Give me those.
Hey.
What? Why, these are just photographs of Lana Turner.
You ought to see what happens when you put them under the hot water faucet.
So that's it. What kind of a gang is this, anyway?
Gang? Why, we're just a plain, normal American family like any other ordinary family.
Hello, Chiefy.
Hello, Matta. Mr. Lester, I'd like to present Mrs. Matta H. Anderson.
I'm glad to know you, big boy.
Had a nice day, Matta?
No, not too bad. I got the map of the uranium deposit, and here are the plans for the supersonic plane. The general came through.
That's my fine girl. Same method as usual?
Certainly. Rope him, soft him, elope him, and dope him.
Good work. We can take this over to the Sublatnik legation and collect 3 million commitments.
Day. You want to work in our post office, do you?
Yeah, I thought a nice quiet spot among the registered mail might be nice.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, let me tell you, after what I've seen tonight, you'll never work in a post office as long as you live. Goodbye, sir.
Hey, we did it. He fell for it. What do you know?
By George, he did it, that.
Aren't we devils?
Boy, I'm glad I'm out of that mess, and it sure was nice of you folks to help me.
It was rather fun. What do you think, Herbie, you great big old hunk of oomph, you?
Silly girl.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing A Few More Kisses. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo.
Yes, Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. 1, fragrantly clean. 2, glistening with sheen. 3, soft, easy to manage. Luster Cream is not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo, a blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, only $1. Also in smaller sizes. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing his latest RCA Victor recording, the hit ballad, A Few More Kisses.
A few more kisses and a few less heartache. That's all I'm asking of you. If something's happened, so I may be to blame, I love you more than ever and hope you feel the same. A few more sweet words and a few less teardrops. I'm sure they never would stop. If you just give me a few more kisses and a few less heartache,
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care. Prove the 14-day Palmolive plan for looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Vance Conreed, Alan Reed, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hiya, folks.
conclusive proof that a young swain has fallen in love with his lady fair is when he begins to see in her the close features of his family. For instance, in the little town where Mel Blanc lives, we hear Henry Adams saying to his girlfriend Susan,
"Gosh, Susan, you're awfully pretty. You look just like my sister."
And in another part of town, Roy Davis is saying to his girl,
"You know, Shirley, you're lovely. You look just as my mother did when she was your age."
And in the Colby house, where Mel Blanc is sitting with his girlfriend Betty, Mel is saying,
"Gosh, Betty, you're very pretty. You look just like my uncle."
Last week, Mel, in an attempt to save the Colby family from eviction, pretended he was a Viennese doctor. However, the plan didn't work, and now we find Mel and Betty in Mel's Fix-It shop talking about the incident.
"Gosh, everything was going fine, too."
Until the other doctor asked you where you studied.
"Yeah, and all I could think of was Prinuvite Fluten Gluten Salzburg."
If only you hadn't said Prinuvite Fluten Gluten.
Can you imagine that guy never heard of a place called Salzburg? Oh, by the way, Betty, I got a circular in the mail that your father might be interested in. Here it is.
Oh, prefabricated housing. What does it say?
Buy the Cracker Jack prefabricated house. Small, inconvenient, and poorly constructed. This is the ideal type of housing for veterans.
It's all right for you to joke, but Father and I'll be living out in the street if something doesn't happen. Or maybe even a cellar.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's wonderful, living in a cellar?
Sure, your father's always throwing me down the steps. Now let's see him try and throw me up.
Mel, stop talking like that. You know Father's beginning to like you. Why, just last night I heard him say, "Mel, you can hang around the house all you want to."
Yeah, but you didn't see him pointing to the rafter. Speaking of the... here comes your father now.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Mel Blanc, you idiot.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
I gave you a cash register to fix for my supermarket, and what did you do?
Oh, I meant to ask you, Mr. Colby. I'm missing a few parts from an old slot machine.
I know that, you nincompoop. This morning my cashier tried to ring up $1.20.
Well, what happened?
He got 3 cherries straight across.
Gee, that's too bad.
That's terrible. The next customer hit the jackpot. Oh, but I can't be angry today. The bank is giving me a big loan. I'll be able to buy our house and we won't be evicted.
Father, that's wonderful.
Yes, that is, if everything goes well when Banker Grimes comes to the house tonight. I think I can impress Banker Grimes, and Betty can make a good impression on him, and you, Mel, can make a good impression, too.
You really think so, Mr. Colby?
Yes, on the sidewalk if you don't stay away from my house.
All right, Mr. Colby, I can take a hint, and I won't... Hey, wait a minute. Banker Grimes is a very social man. He'd be very impressed if you had some rich foreign relatives.
I don't have any rich foreign relatives.
You do now. I'm a good actor. I can do it.
Huh?
I'll be your rich foreign relative.
You mean you...
You want the house?
Well, yeah.
Or you want to live in the street?
That's a deal. Well, Mel, that's what I call quick thinking. I'll do anything to get that loan.
Oh, wait a minute. Here comes Professor Potchnick. Oh, hello, Professor Potchnick.
Hello, Well, if it ain't my 4 best friends, Mel, Betty, and Mr. Colby.
Professor Potchnick, that's only 3.
What am I, an enemy?
Well, we have to go, Professor Potchnick. Nice to have seen you. Come on, Betty. See you at 9, cousin.
Mel, why are you looking so down-faced for? Why?
Oh, I'm always talking out of turn. Professor, I'm afraid I promised Mr. Colby the impossible.
Mal, there is no such word in the dictionary like impossible. Impossible, that's a bad word. Forget it. Could be. That is a word. Que, u, la, de, be, e. Could be.
Oh, but this is really impossible.
I just told you there is no such word. You couldn't use it. Don't even think about the impossible. Now, what is the trouble?
Well, I'm going to help Mr. Colby get a loan from Banker Grimes, so I got to make believe I'm some foreign relative who is rich and high class.
That is impossible. However, under Professor Potchnick's dramatic course, the impossible becomes could be. Now, I have 2 courses of teaching. The first is in 10 easy lessons.
And the other course?
1 hard lesson. We try the hard one. Now, first we are impersonating a tough guy. You will listen, wise guy, see? From whom you getting your vodka, from whom, see? Now you do it.
Okay. Give a listen, wise guy, see? From whom you're getting your vodka, from whom, see?
That's perfect. Now we try another type, the Western type.
Western.
Yes. Coming here, tax you all. I'm a reckoning to hanker to fixing up that whole corral. Even yippee hi and a home on the gas rail. Take it, Pod. Pod. Mel, that's you. Pod is Western talk for rustler.
Oh, all right. Coming here, tax you all. Oh, wait a minute, Professor. This is all American.
Well, frankly, Mel, on farmers I am not so good. But for you, I am trying. Now, make believe you are a count. The first thing you do is bow from the waist. Bow from the waist. Bow from the waist.
I hope I do all right. Bow from the waist. I can't wait till tonight. A wow from the bass. A booster from the waist.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Girls won't go out with a certain chap. A breath of trouble's his handicap. And as so often happens, the victim does not suspect that he has this breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. Don't let it happen to you. Make it a daily must to do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra with My Pretty Girl.
Dreaming of you, my pretty girl, my darling, how I love you. Promise me you will never leave me. Promise me you will never grieve me. Promise me you will not deceive me. Oh, my pretty girl, please give me just one kiss, one sweet kiss. You won't miss, for your kiss brings such bliss to my lonely heart. My pretty girl, I'm always dreaming of you. My pretty girl, my darling, how I love you. Promise me you will never leave me. Promise me you will never grieve me. Promise me you will not deceive me. Oh, my pretty girl. There's a young lovesick lad so in love with a pretty miss. When his arms hold her charms, he begins to sing words like this.
Oh, my pretty girl, my head's a whirl. You're sweeter than molasses.
Oh, you flatter me, but can't you see you should be wearing glasses?
Love is blind, but you're so divine, dear.
You're handing me your mind, dear.
The words that will make you mine, dear.
Open the door, Richard!
Promise me you will never leave me. Promise me you will never grieve me. Promise me you will not deceive me. You're my pretty girl.
Well, back to Mel Blanc again. To help Mr. Colby obtain a loan, Mel has promised to impersonate some rich foreign relatives, thereby hoping to impress banker Grimes. Mel has left the fix-it shop to get the costumes he'll need. Meanwhile, the shop is in charge of his assistant, Zookie, who is now fixing a radio.
Gee, what a big radio. And it must be at least 9 to 2 8 to 2 6 to 2 Crystal said. Oh, gee, it's got an automatic record automatic record. It plays one record at a time. Now, let me see.
Suki, stay away from that radio. Look, Suki, help me get into this costume. Uh-oh. It's Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel.
Well, greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga. What's the matter, mighty potentate? You look like you haven't slept a wink.
Well, Mel, last night I had a terrible nightmare for 4 hours.
And then you woke up?
No, then I went to sleep. My wife turned on the other side. Yeah, the way that woman snores. Sounds like the last dregs of a seltzer bottle. Now I know why Richard won't open that door.
Why don't you try using a clothespin?
I did, Mel, but I couldn't squeeze her neck into that little opening.
Say, how'd you ever come to meet your wife, mighty potentate?
Well, I'll tell you, Mel, it was a blind date. I'll never forget the first thing I said when I first saw her.
What was that? I get it. She was a scream, huh? Well, wasn't she insulted when you did that?
Oh, no. She'd been out on blind dates before. In fact, with her, a groan was a compliment.
You still didn't have to marry her, did you?
Well, Mel, it was a rebound thing, you see? And I adore you. Gwendolyn, you're my dream girl. Gwendolyn, I'm mad about you. But she left me because of one slight mistake.
What was that?
Her name was Emma. Well, I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know what to talk to.
No, I know just how you feel, mighty potentate. If I don't help Mr. Colby impress Banker Grimes tonight, the Colbys may move and I may lose Betty.
Lucky boy.
Well, don't joke, Mr. Cushing. Would you want to be single all your life?
Ha! Well, I've got to be going now. I hope everything turns out all right at the Colby house.
Well, thanks. Where are you going?
Well, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see Duel in the Sun, or I can go home and fight in the shade.
Well, have a good time at the movies. Well, goodbye, mighty potentate. Ugga, boo, ugga.
So long, Mel. Ugga, boo, boo.
Well, now to get over to the Colby house with these costumes. Gosh, it's going to be quite a job impersonating a bunch of rich foreign relatives.
Well, Betty, everything's going along fine.
Yes, Father, and Mel should be here any minute.
And if he does a good job with that foreign relative stuff, it should cinch the deal.
Oh, leave it to Mel, Father.
Well, Mr. Grimes, did you enjoy the dinner?
Ah, it was delicious. Of course, you didn't have to go to the trouble of baking a cake and having the icing spell out $8,000. I got the point when the alphabet soup spelled out police.
Yes. Now, about the loan, Mr. Grimes. Have a cigar.
Well, now, Mr. Colby, I think the loan will go through.
A cigar? Take the whole box.
Well, there's just one point that we have to clear up.
Well, go on, have a cigar.
But I think we can overcome the point and get your hands up that pouch. The question I want to ask you, Mr. Colby, is, do you intend to take a trip outside the country?
Why, no. What makes you ask that?
Well, now, we had an unfortunate experience. We made a $10,000 loan to a handkerchief manufacturer. Now, we don't know whether or not it was the nature of the business.
Why, what happened?
In 6 months, he blew.
He blew.
Industry joke. See that he had a cousin in Ecuador, and now that's where he absconded. Now, I hope you don't have any relatives outside the country.
Oh, no, of course not. Bonsoir, Cousin Cole. It's got the French dry cleaners. Now, about the loan, Mr. Grimes.
I'll open it this time.
I kiss you on both cheeks. You stop that. Oh, excuse me.
What's going on here?
I am Monsieur Colby's cousin.
His cousin?
Oui. Cousin Colby, when are you coming to visit with us? We are dying to see you. Cousin Colby.
Talk to me. Cousin Colby, stop sharpening that razor.
Pardon me, what part of France are you from?
London.
London is in England.
Madrid?
Madrid is in Spain.
Where is Pomona?
Are you sure that you are a Frenchman?
Oh, you do not believe me. I show you. I roll up my pants leg. Voila, what you see.
A garter.
What it says on the garter?
Paris.
That proves I am a Frenchman.
Well, now, in that case, you'll surely understand what I'm saying. Je ne sais quoi, voulez-vous, parlez-vous, vous, français?
Well, goodbye, Cousin Colby. The boat is leaving.
Miss Colby, I don't like this. I thought you had no relatives outside the country.
Now, Mr. Grimes, I can explain everything. Please excuse me just a minute. Oh, Betty.
Yes, Father.
Betty, we can't tell Mr. Grimes we've tried to deceive him, but we must stop Mel.
Oh, I'll try, Father.
Is this where Senor Colby lives?
Well,
I have no relatives in South America.
Oh, but Cousin Colby, remember what we made up. I mean, how our families made up.
Pardon me, are you one of Mr. Colby's South American relatives?
You see, I am a very rich bullfighter. I remember the last fight. We were in the middle of the arena. I look at the bull look at me. I look at the bull look at me. I look at the bull look at me. You want to know something? The bull is better looking than me.
What part of South America are you from?
Colombia.
What part of Colombia?
Eastern Colombia.
Whereabouts?
Broadway at night. Cousin Colby, I know you haven't seen me in 10 years, but put me down.
All right.
First take me back inside the window.
Colby, is that a way to treat a relative of yours? Now I want to talk to him. Sit him down, wine him, and dine him.
I think I go now.
Why?
You said wine me, dine me. Cousin Colby looks like he wants to shave me. So long.
Colby, there's something highly irregular about this.
Now, please, Mr. Grimes, have a cigar. I never saw these relatives before.
What did you say, Miss Colby?
You should have a relative. I never saw these cigars before.
Товарищ Colby, Granny Streptovic, Latuka, Spokojnie, Prozdoye, and regards from Uncle Patrick.
Another relative?
That's right, kiddo. I haven't seen Uncle Colby for 10 years. Let's eat.
You haven't seen him for 10 years, and the first thing you want to do is eat?
That's right. Borscht is thicker than blood.
Now, you interest me very much. I've always wanted to obtain the first-hand information about the USSR.
USSR? Oh, I get it. That's Russia spelled backwards.
I've always been very interested in the Russian experiment.
What do you mean, experiment? I had a mother and father just like you did.
Yes. Now, just what did you do in Russia?
Me? I'm the greatest actor in Moscow. I play gangster parts. Listen. Give a listen, wise guy. See? From whom you getting your vodka? From whom? Huh? See? Whom? Huh? Whom? Oh, I was wonderful. Our great critic, Yasha Fiddler, he gave me the highest award. 4 Bolgas and a boatman.
Now, this has gone far enough, Mr. Colby. And what I've seen tonight is enough. You're not getting any loan from my bank.
Oh, then give me back my cigar.
And for making a fool out of me, I'm going to break every cigar in this box.
Did you hear that, Mr. Colby?
Yes, and for making a fool out of me, Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone in your box.
So Banker Grimes gave Mr. Colby the loan, and now your girl Betty won't have to leave town. Mel, that's wonderful.
Yes, Professor Potchnick. For a minute, I thought I was going to be killed.
Well, what saved you?
Well, Mr. Grimes turned out to be an amateur actor himself, and he enjoyed my performance.
A Potchnick pupil pleases people. And now, you want I should act out the gangster again, huh?
Yeah.
All right. You will listen, wise guy, see? From who you getting your vodka? From who?
Ah, fine. Well, is that what you wanted to learn, Mr. Grimes?
Yes, Mel. I'll see if I have it right. Give a listen, wise guy, see? From who you getting your vodka? From who? Ha, ha. Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
It's tragic, but true, that a little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, deprives many a girl of romance. Anyone can be a victim of unpleasing breath, even you. So it's important always to be on your guard against this social handicap. That's why we recommend this daily practice. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
And this is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Ladies, now more and more fats and oils are needed to make more and more of the things we need so badly. Your butcher pays you a high price for every pound of waste fat you take to him. So do fill it in and turn it in. Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Don McNeill, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. There's a haunting tune running through your Ford dealer's head these days. I don't know the melody, but the words are, "It won't be long now." Watch Ford in 48, it won't be long now. Meanwhile, as usual, your Ford dealer's the man who can make any Ford sing. After his expert mechanics tune up your Ford using genuine Ford parts, special Ford equipment, and factory-approved methods, it'll run like a top. See your Ford dealer for that back-home service Ford's love. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mother's Day. If I had my way tonight, I would introduce my mother. But since I have a family to support and I need this job, you know who I'm going to introduce. So here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny, I heard you mention Mother's Day. Did you by any chance observe the day?
Oh, I sure did. I sent a big red rose to Ma Perkins.
Oh, that was nice of you, Kenny. She isn't even on today. It'll be a little wilted when Ma shows up in the morning. But Mother's Day always bothers me, Kenny.
How?
Well, a famous humorist, Bugs Bear, once wrote, "In America, we have National Apple Week and Mother's Day. A whole week to glorify an apple, and only one day to pay tribute to Mother."
Yeah, why should the apple be more important than Mother?
Kenny, if it wasn't for the apple, there wouldn't be any Mother. enough about Mater's Day, Kenny. What's new?
Oh, not much, Fred. This is Be Kind to Animals Week.
Why should people be kind to animals? Why should people be kind to animals? Dogs are always biting people. Cats are always scratching people. Racehorses are always losing races and costing people money. How about the animals getting together and having a Be Kind to People Week? Well, that would be something.
Yeah,
Let's give that a little thought now, because nobody will notice another lull in the program. Let's mull it over.
I know, but Fred, animals don't have it too easy. How would you like to be a hippopotamus and go around looking like that?
You think that's worse than I look now? Kenny, believe me, Kenny, animals are better off than people. Well, look at the elephant. When he's young, he goes with the circus. The elephant sees the show every day, matinee and night for nothing. Gets all of his meals free, rides all around the country. The Ringling Brothers pay his fare. When he gets old, the elephant is put in some zoo, where he has nothing to do but stand around and let kids stick peanuts up his nose. Now, we can't ask him more than that.
That's true. The elephant has it pretty soft.
Kenny, if I had it all to do over again, I would be an elephant and make bee pictures with Cebu. Just Cebu and I, and a tree, and Weissmuller maybe in an occasion. Tell me, what else is in the news?
Well,
I would rather be at sea on a night like this. What else is in the news?
Well, the new Benjamin Franklin 50-cent piece came out this week.
Oh, I read that.
Why did they put Benjamin Franklin on the new $50?
Well, it's the housing shortage, Kenny. Even Franklin can't get new quarters. Speaking, those are the writers. If they'd only write and let it go at that, but they insist on applauding everything they write. If they just go write and drop dead. I mean, just those two things. Speaking of money, Kenny, did you see the Chinese money has recently hit a new low?
Yes.
Chinese money is worth so little now, instead of a safe deposit vault, people are keeping their money in wastebaskets.
Yet when a man in China says, I've made my pile, how can you tell whether he's a millionaire or a street cleaner?
Well, the millionaire doesn't have a broom with him, Kenny. His paper is clean. That's really how you can tell. Tell me, is there anything else new, Kenny?
Yes, there is. Next Tuesday night, Henry Wallace's radio speech will take the place of the Red Skelton program.
Say, if Wallace keeps Skelton off the air, Kenny, it's good for 2 million votes. But somebody better tell Willie the Penguin.
Yeah, why?
Well, it isn't going to help Mr. Wallace's campaign if he comes on the air and radio listeners hear a voice say, "My fellow countrymen, smoke cool, smoke cool, smoke cool." And while you wait around to see if there is a delayed reaction to that joke, Kenny, I think I'll start ahead for Allen's Alley.
Yeah, what is your question tonight, Fred?
Well, this past week, the Pulitzer Prizes were awarded for outstanding work in journalism, playwriting, poetry, and other fields. And so our question is, are you satisfied with the Pulitzer Prize awards this year?
Shall we go?
As the rainwater said when it got to the top of the barrel, I think I'll run over. It's good to get back to Allen's Alley, Kenny. I guess the senator just washed his hair. His toupee is hanging on the line. See, the old pompadour is waving in the wind there. Well, let's now.
Somebody put the fud to my lumber. Oh, it's you, ferret face.
Yes, Senator.
Hey, let's go, son. I'm busy getting a man with one tooth eating corn on the cob.
Oh, no, nobody could be that.
I'm heading the Senate committee on that new clam survey.
Clam survey?
Yeah, the government's spending $500,000 to increase clam production.
Oh.
My job's to see that the boy clams start courting the girl clams.
Senator, don't tell me that clams make love.
Son, you have no idea what goes on under them shells. Yeah, I'm hustling every minute. I'm busy on that national health plan, too.
National health?
Yeah, I'm studying vitamins.
But,
that's the secret of health, son, vitamins.
Vitamins?
If vitamin A don't cure you, go to vitamin B. If B don't get results, go to C, D, E, F, or G.
But if all the vitamins from A to G don't work,
go to H.
Senator!
H as in vitamins, that is.
Oh. I was about to wash your mouth out with the Lever Brothers, Senator. Senator, I read that this week is the president's birthday.
Yes, son.
Is the president going to have a party?
He's worried if the party's going to have him.
This is a good time to stop the program. I'm going home. I'll see you.
All I can do is read a commercial.
Well, tell me, Senator, how do you feel about the Pulitzer Prize awards this year?
Well, son, the wrong book got the prize.
Wrong book?
Most important book this year is Fanny Farmer's cookbook. Yeah, this year, 20 million of them books will be sold.
20 million?
Every Republican voter's buying a Fanny Farmer cookbook.
Why?
Next November, they're going to try to cook the Democrats' goose. So long, son. So long,
Well, sounds as though the senator's getting ready to duck with his goose. Well, let's see if Mr. Moody is there.
Howdy, Bob.
Mr. Moody, do you, tell me confidentially, do you approve of all of the Pulitzer Awards?
Why, not the most interesting story of the year, I don't.
No?
No. The most interesting story of the year, it happened on my farm.
Really? What was it?
Well, sir, one night last winter, my roan mare, Big Babe, was whinnying and moaning in her stall.
Uh-huh.
I called Dr. Gidney Pruitt. He's the vet.
The vet, huh?
Big Babe was laying on the floor groaning, and she was pointing to her stomach with a hoof.
No kidding.
Doc Pruitt, he says, it's her appendix, sure as you're born.
The doctor operated?
He made an incision from her fetlock to her withers.
He did.
I held the incision open.
Yeah?
The doc, he's a little fella.
Yeah?
He stepped inside the mare.
He got inside the horse?
Doc had his derby hat on and was carrying a lantern. As I was saying, I could see different parts of the horse light up, so I knew the doc was looking around inside.
You trailed him, eh?
Yeah. Finally, Doc, he steps out, a Big Babe.
Uh-huh.
He's as white as a good humor man's pants.
Frightened, eh?
Doc says, Moody, he says, this mare is a freak.
A freak?
He says she's got the outside of a horse.
Yes?
But she's got the stomach of a hen.
The stomach of a hen?
Yeah. Doc says she ain't got no appendix.
You mean all that pain?
Doc says she's trying to lay an egg.
What finally happened?
Well, sir, Big Babe, she laid a dirty-looking egg 3 foot long, and it had fur on it. I hatched the egg.
You hatched the egg, and?
Inside there was a chicken as big as a St. Bernard.
A chicken?
And that chicken had a harness on. So long, Buck.
That sure is the story of the year. Well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum. Say, you're eating. Am I disturbing your dinner?
Oh, no, I'm just enjoying a snack.
Yes?
A little oleo on a bagel.
Oh. On a bagel? What is a bagel?
It's looking like a donut. It's feeling like a donut, but it is tasting like plaster.
Oh, like that. Well, that bagel you have there looks hard.
Eating through the side, it is tough.
Uh-huh.
But when you are coming to the hole, it is delicious.
I see. Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about the Pulitzer Awards?
For poetry, to me, they are making a big mistake.
Poetry?
For 1947, the outstanding poem is written by John Greenbaum Whittier.
John Greenbaum Whittier.
Confidentially, the Whittier is a nom de plume.
Oh, a nom de plume. But he is a poet.
He is getting his inspirations mostly in delicatessens while eating a la carte.
Well, tell me, what is John Greenbaum Whittier's outstanding poem for 1947?
All hail, Sir Herring.
All hail, Sir Herring. And how does it go?
All hail, Sir Herring, monarch supreme, lying in state in your sour cream. Born a minnow, did you know you were fated in later life to be marinated? Swimming the 7 seas off the West Indies, little thinking one day you would end up in Lindy's. Oh, hail, Sir Herring, I am here to greet you. You will give me gas, but I'm going to eat you.
Well, at the end of the alley, they come as usual to the Cassidy Preserves. Let's arouse Ajax Cassidy. Well, Mr. Cassidy, how are you tonight?
Me boy, I'm at death's door. I'm just fumbling for the key.
What's wrong?
I've got a touch of virus Y.
Virus Y? You mean virus X?
So I caught this at the Y.
Oh, it's the Y. I didn't know you remember.
I'm not long for this water.
Well, tell me, before you pass out, Ajax, what was your reaction to the Pulitzer Prize Award?
Me boy, I'm disgusted.
Disgusted? Why?
A streetcar named Desire was voted the best play.
Well, I know. It was written by Tennessee Williams.
Tennessee Williams. The best play was written by North Carolina Nolan.
North Carolina Nolan?
His play was called The Respectful Potato.
Oh, I see.
It was a symbolic fantasy that told the entire history of Ireland in 3 significant acts.
Well, what is this play, The Respectful Potato, about?
I'll tell you. Now, as the curtain goes up, the stage is bare.
Yes?
In the center, there's a potato.
I see.
The potato only has one eye. The eye is closed.
Oh.
The curtain comes down. That's the end of Act 1.
Very entertaining. Fine.
Now, there's a short intermission, you see. The curtain goes up again.
Yes.
The potato is still alone on the stage, but its one eye is open.
Uh-huh.
The audience sees there is something in the potato's eye.
Yes.
It's the finger of a hungry man.
Oh.
The curtain comes down. That's the end of Act 2.
Well, after another intermission?
The curtain goes up. The potato's one eye is looking toward England, and in the eye there is a tear. Down comes the curtain, the play's over.
Well, tell me, what became of the author, North Carolina Nolan?
Oh, the author never wrote another play. He was never heard of again.
Really? What happened?
Well, the opening night, you see, they charged $6 to see The Respectful Potato.
Yes?
When the final curtain come down, the audience cried, Author! Author!
Author!
When North Carolina Nolan strutted out on the stage to take his bow with the potato,
yes,
the audience rose as one man, which it was.
And this one man?
He killed North Carolina Nolan on the spot. Goodbye to you.
And now Maestro Al Goodman signals us to be tested. Calling the 5 DeMarco sisters to his podium, Maestro Goodman gives the DeMarcos a downbeat for Babyface. Girl.
Rosy cheeks and turned up nose and curly hair. I'm raving about my baby now. Pretty little dimples here and dimples there. Don't want to live without him. You love him, goodness knows. I wrote a song about him. And here's the way it goes. Baby face, you've got the cutest little baby face. There's not another one could take your place. Baby face, my poor heart is jumping. You sure have started something, baby face. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a shove, 'cause I just fell in love with your pretty baby face. Baby face, I'm in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a shove, 'cause I just fell in love with your cute, sweet baby face.
So now, ladies and gentlemen...
Fred.
Yes, Kenny?
Ajax Cassidy's outside to see you.
Ajax Cassidy, send him in.
Yeah, okay. Come right in.
Come right in, Ajax.
I am in me boy.
Say, when I left you a few moments ago in Allen's Alley, you were all right. Where did you suddenly get that black eye?
Oh, well, no, that's a long story, me boy. I was driving along in me Ford, minding me own business.
Yes?
When who should I spy, reading his evening paper by the light of a frozen food store, but Rinty Monaghan.
I see.
Well, I pulled me car over to the curb. Says I, the top of the evening to you, Mr. Monaghan.
Well, never mind. Now, what about the black eye?
Well, that explains itself as we story unfolds.
Oh, I should be patient. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, I was taking me Ford back home for service.
Yes?
But Rinty insisted that instead we should go to Kerrigan's Cozy Corner.
Well, why didn't you explain to Rinty that only Ford dealers have special equipment and genuine Ford parts?
I did, me boy, and I further explained that Ford-trained mechanics use methods approved by the factory. But Rinty Monaghan is a stubborn man.
Oh, you came to words?
We came to blows.
Well, how did the fracas end?
Oh, fine, me boy. Everybody's getting service.
Everybody?
Me Ford is at the Ford dealers for service.
Yes.
Rinty's in the hospital for service.
Yes.
And I'm going to Kerrigan's for service.
Well, wait a minute, Ajax. This is very interesting, Ajax, but what did you come here to see me about?
You know, it's entirely slipped me mind.
Well, some other time. You have have just heard a trailer of Nature Boy, played by Maestro Al Goodman and his Snug Harbor Syncopators. And now, ladies and say, Kenny.
Yes, Fred.
Have you another Ford commercial you can read? I think I'll go and lie down for a few minutes, Kenny. I'm dead.
You look tired, Fred.
Yes, I really am. I've been up every morning this week at 6 o'clock trying to see Don McNeill.
Who is Don McNeill?
Who is Don McNeill? He's only the Jack Eigen of Chicago, Kenny. Why, Don's Breakfast Club has been on the air out there for over 15 years. This week he's broadcasting from New York. What I had to go through to see Don McNeill's program.
What happened?
Well, I couldn't get a ticket for the Breakfast Club anyplace, and I heard that Don McNeill was having a contest, a novel contest. He was going to stand on Fifth Avenue, and the first person who recognized Don was going to be his guest on the program the next morning, you see. Now, it was up to me. If I could find Don, I could get in to see his show.
And you?
Thursday, that's your line, is it? Thursday evening, right after the Breakfast Club broadcast, I started up Fifth Avenue. Gosh, Fifth Avenue's sure crowded. I hope I can find Don McNeill. Say, maybe this gentleman. Pardon me, sir.
Yeah?
I wonder...
Hey, the creep. You can't panhandle on Fifth Avenue. This is my territory. Blow, bum.
Gad, what a gamey-looking character. Say, he couldn't be Don McNeill. Or could he? Oh, no. Don wouldn't be in his bare feet wearing a faded beret with an old army overcoat. Say, this chap with the elk's tooth coming. Pardon me, sir. Is your name?
Yes, I'm Don McNeill.
Mr. McNeill, I do hope I'm the first one to recognize you.
Yes, sir. You're the lucky winner.
Gosh, Mr. McNeill, how did you know I was looking for you?
Well, I can tell you're a typical Breakfast Club listener.
Really?
Yes, you come from a small town in the Middle West.
Yeah.
You have a wife and 3.2 children.
Yeah.
You have an Acme Mutual 40-year endowment policy, which expires at the age of 75. Guarantees you $12 a week in absolute security as long as you live.
Yeah.
You read 3 comic books a week, and you're rooting for the Dodgers to win the pennant. In other words, you're the average man.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not from the Middle West. I have no insurance. I like Jersey City in the International League, and I am not the average man.
No?
No.
Well, then how come you listen to my program?
Well, I think your program is great, Mr. McNeill. I buy everything you advertise. Why, I'm eating Swift's hams. I'm keeping my hams in a Philco refrigerator. And tomorrow I'm giving myself a Tony Permanent. My 3 hairs are going to have a time tomorrow.
And tomorrow morning you're going to be my guest on the Breakfast Club.
I'm finally going to see your program.
Yes, sir. Say, if I'm going to interview at the microphone, interview you, I'm going to have to know something about you.
Oh, yes.
What's your name?
Well, I thought you ad-libbed that. You have the things.
Oh, yes.
My name? Well, my name is Allen, Fred Allen.
Oh. What business are you in, Mr. Allen?
Well, I'm in the radio business.
Oh? What do you do, repair work?
Well, not yet. Tonight may tell the story. Right now, as I'm on my way to my repair business, I have my own program. I'm learning it from the bottom up, the business, you see. Tell me, you've never heard the name of Allen in radio?
Oh, well, no. The only programs I know are the Fitzgeralds, Tex and Jinx, Mrs. Goes A-Shopping, and my show, The Breakfast Club.
Oh, that's the morning. I'm not on in the morning. I'm on at night.
At night? You mean the program's actually on the radio after the sun goes down?
This is a revelation to you?
Oh, yes. Every morning out of Chicago, I'm up at 6. I go on the air at 8 o'clock. Around 7 at night, I'm all in. I go to bed.
You've never heard of Bob Hope, Fibber McGee, Jay Benny?
Well, one night, I stayed up real late one night. I tuned in a fella, Gabriel something.
Uh-huh.
He yelled, "Good news." Before I found out what the good news was, I dozed off.
Oh, well, that's Gabriel Heder. He's a news commentator.
Well, that's news to me. I don't know.
Don, you don't know what you're missing not being up at night. Why, radio's going on. There's television going on.
Television? What's that?
Well, it's like radio, only with pictures.
Oh.
People at home can see what the people in the studio are not laughing at. You see, then they understand it that way.
Well, how does this work, this television?
Well, they send pictures. They take a picture, and they send these pictures through the air, you see.
Oh, that explains it.
Explains what?
Yeah, yesterday in a tavern, I was nursing a glass of root beer.
Yes.
Well, something lit up and some little men came out of the wall and started playing baseball.
Don, if you were in a saloon, that was television.
I'm glad you told me. I was going to switch from root beer to ginger ale. Well, I got to be running along now, Fred. I'll see you at the Breakfast Club tomorrow morning.
I'll be there for sure. So long. Well, Kenny, the next morning I was guest on the Breakfast Club program. After the show, Don said...
Well, Fred, how'd you like my program?
Oh, it's wonderful, Don. Watching you work gave me a great idea for a radio program.
Something new?
Yes. Today in radio, quiz programs are giving away money, refrigerators, automobiles, houses. Radio is soon going to be bankrupt. Now, my program will put radio back on its feet again, and you can be my master of ceremonies.
Well, what's your program like?
Well, instead of giving things to people, my program will take things away from people.
Ah, what's your show called?
Break the Contestant.
Ah.
Now, as Break the Contestant starts, you hear a fanfare.
Wake up, folks. Here it is, the revolutionary quiz program, Break the Contestant. Break the Contestant is brought to you by Lefkowitz's Liverwurst.
Oh, Lefkowitz's Liverwurst is the finest in the land. When you want the best in liverwurst, Lefkowitz is the brand. It's round and firm and it's fully packed, and you get twice as much. Try feeding a Lefkowitz liverwurst. It's the skin you love to touch. Oh, it's chock-a-block full of vitamins. It's nutritious and delicious. Try serving it after the opera night with cold cuts and with conditions. You can buy it by the inch, your foot on the Bowery or at the Ritz. When you want the best in liverwurst, it's made by Lefkowitz.
Folks, you suffer from liverwurst hangovers. Does the liverwurst you eat keep you awake at night?
Try Lefkowitz's Liverwurst, the liverwurst that comes with a sleep guarantee.
Lefkowitz Liverwurst lets you sleep. Why?
Because Lefkowitz's Liverwurst contains sheep livers.
No more counting sheep at night.
The sheep livers... Didn't expect it there. These sheep livers are counted for you at the factory and then stuffed into Lefkowitz's Liverwurst.
Remember, if you don't sleep after eating the big economy size 7-foot liverwurst, here's all you have to do.
Return the greasy string from the top of your liverwurst, and Lefkowitz will send you by return mail. This offer is not good in Canada or in the United States.
And now, on with our quiz, Break the Contestant. And here he is, your contestant breaker, Don McNeill.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. Now, our first contestant is this lady with the mink wedgies. Your name, madam?
Blossom Nestle Road, formerly a housewife.
Formerly?
Yeah, me husband threw me out of the house.
I see. Blossom, are you ready to play Break the Contestant?
Shoot the questions to me, Don, boy. I got a moving van outside waiting to be loaded.
Now, wait. This is a different kind of a quiz. You play with your own money.
My own money? Brother, this is the end of radio.
How much money have you, Blossom?
I got $8.
Good. All right, I'll bet you $8 against your $8. Now, what category have you chosen?
Politics.
All right, here we go, Blossom. For $8. Who is the President of the United States?
It's too soon to tell. We ain't had the election yet.
I'm sorry, the country does have a president.
You'd never know it the way things is going.
Come, Blossom. Now, who is the President?
I give up.
The answer is Harry Truman.
Okay, you pulled a fast one, but here's your $8.
Is that all you have?
Yeah, I'm flat broke. Which way is Ralph Edwards?
There goes another contestant. Leaving the studio without a cent. Blossom, stop panhandling the page boy, if you please. All right, this stuff shouldn't be written for me. Stand by while we break the next contestant. This gentleman, your name, sir?
Lomax Nishball.
What is your occupation, Mr. Nishball?
I work in the automat. I'm a lettuce vendor.
Lettuce vendor in the automat?
Yeah, sometimes when they put a salad in one of them little compartments, the wet lettuce hangs out and they can't close the door, you see.
And you?
I bend the lettuce back so they can close the door. With rhubarb, it's stiff. I bite it off.
All right, Mr. Nishball. Are you ready to play Break the Contestant?
Yes, sir.
How much money do you have?
Well, I ain't got no money. All I own in the world is what I got on.
Oh, you've got to bet something.
Well, all right. Tell you what, I'll bet you my coat against your coat.
Mr. Nishball, you got yourself a bet
Nishball.
here. Yeah. What category have you chosen?
Music.
All right, it's your coat against my coat. Now, here's your first question, Mr. Nishball. Who wrote the Cacciaturian Saber Dance?
The Cacciaturian?
That's correct, Mr.
Oh,
Nishball.
correct, really?
Yes. You win my coat, I'll
well,
take
say.
it off. That's fine. You now have 2 coats. Would you like to try for 4?
4 coats? Yes, sir. I'd like to try for 4 coats.
All right. In one word, finish the line of this popular song. Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the what?
Bongo, bongo, bongo.
It's one word.
Manana?
No. Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo.
Oh, that's a song?
Yes, you lose, Mr. Nick. I'll take my coat back and your coat,
here,
too.
you take your coat. You've got the both coats now.
Yes,
all right. What's your next question, Mr. McNeill?
What are you betting this
Let
time?
me see. What could I... Oh, my belt. I'll bet you my belt.
All right. For one belt. What was Peter Tchaikovsky's middle name?
Bongo, bongo, bongo.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, lost again.
Yes. Take off your belt.
Yeah, lost again.
Thank you very much.
I'm gradually getting the hang of it. I'm getting the hang of it.
Yeah. What do you want to bet now?
Well, what could I bet now? Well, all I've got left to bet is my trousers.
Your pants.
You'll be sorry. Come on, give me the question. I got to win back me coat and belt, Mr. McNeill.
All right. For one pair of pants. Who wrote Alexander's Ragtime Band?
Alexander?
No, I'm sorry. It was Irving Berlin.
Could you repeat the question, please?
No.
Could you repeat the answer?
Now quit stalling, Mr. Nushball. You lost your pants. Come on, take them off. Give them
well,
to me.
all right, Mr. I don't know. I can't. There's your pants, Mr.
Oh, thank you. My goodness. Oh, Mr. Ninshaw.
I thought this might happen.
Yes, you... Why did you put on the pink bloomer?
Which way is Phil Spitalny? Which way... Thank you, Don McNeill, for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Miss Gracie Fields. Before then, why don't you drop in at your Ford dealers for a checkup? Thank you and good night. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.